Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we are about to commence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please ensure your mobile phones are switched off or set to silent mode while in the conference hall. The presentations over the next 3 days will be followed by a brief question and answer session. Should you have a question for the speaker, please raise your hand to request for a microphone and we will be happy to pass the floor to you. Please also note that translation services are available in Arabic and Russian through the headsets provided. Thank you for your kind cooperation and attention. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we're about to commence the AFC Member Associations and Regional Associations Presidents and General Secretaries Conference 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we're about to commence the AFC Member Associations and Regional Associations Presidents and General Secretaries Conference 2024.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being with us. My name is Victoria Ko from the Asian Football Confederation, and I'm really honored to be a host for this conference. Dear AFC President, Your Excellency Sheikh Salman bin Ibrahim Al Khalifa, FIFA President Mr. Gianni Infantino, AFC Vice Presidents, FIFA Council members, AFC Executive Committee members, FIFA Secretary General Mr. Matthias Grafstrom, AFC General Secretary Dato Sir Windsor John, Presidents and General Secretaries of the AFC Member Associations and Regional Associations, our prestigious speakers and invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the AFC Member Associations and Regional Associations Presidents and General Secretaries Conference 2024 taking place in this beautiful city of Seoul, Korea Republic. First of all, on behalf of the Asian Football Confederation, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to Korea Football Association for their warm hospitality and unwavering support in hosting this conference. We would also like to extend a special thank you to Saudi Arabian Football Federation for their continued support as a sponsor of this conference. Their immense contributions ensure that all participants can continue to benefit from this important event, fostering the development of football across Asia through this incredible platform for knowledge sharing. As you remember, last year's conference was a massive success, bringing together leaders and visionaries from across the world to discuss the topic of leadership. And this year, we are excited to build on that foundation and momentum with a focus on building and leading great organizations. Throughout the conference, we will be exploring a range of dynamic topics, all aligned with this central theme. From AFC strategic reforms for future growth to how football can drive positive social change. We will discuss the importance of creating a sustainable football culture and leading in a world of constant change. Presentations will also highlight innovative football management approaches, high-performance leadership, and Saudi Arabia's FIFA World Cup 2034 bid. These sessions promise to provide valuable insights, fostering collaboration to build and strengthen football organizations across the globe. Without further ado, we would like to invite the AFC President, His Excellency Sheikh Salman bin Ibrahim Al Khalifa, for his opening address.
Good morning, everyone, dear friends and colleagues, FIFA President, our dear friend and brother Gianni Infantino, AFC presidents, FIFA Council members, Executive Committee members, Member Association and Regional Associations, President, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's given me a great pleasure to welcome all of you to Seoul for the AFC Member Association and Regional Association President and General Secretaries Conference 2024. And a very warm welcome, especially to our dear friend, the FIFA President, Gianni Infantino, for joining us for his steadfast support towards the development of Asian football. Firstly, I would like to express our gratitude to the Korean Football Association for their warm hospitality and hosting the two major AFC events. And of course, I must also put on record our sincere thanks to the Saudi Arabian Football Federation for their commitment to the strengthening of Asian football through their sponsorship towards this event. We all gathered here at an important moment in our history. If I can use one word to best describe our journey this past year, is about reform. And of course, it mattered to us because each time we try to visit different countries and see what needs to be done in football, I think it's important to understand how we can be successful. Asia is such a vast continent, and I think every area needs a different solution to develop the game. And in this conference, I think it's important that we listen to everyone, whether it's within this continent or outside, to see how we can improve this game. The game of football is such a beautiful sport. It has so much emotion, and we can see how a game of football can make a whole nation happy or sometimes sad. But this is the beauty of the game. We want to try to get that experience to everyone. We've seen what Asia has accomplished in the last few years, but our target is much higher. So we hope through the dialogue and the speakers that we have today, we try to understand more how we can be better. Of course, this year we hosted such an important event, and the last was the Asian Cup, of course, in Qatar, which has been a huge success, where we broke all records, whether it's viewing, attendance, and it's all thanks to you, the Member Association, for your work. And it's important that we look into the future. We have the next Asian Cup, of course, event in 27 in Saudi Arabia. And of course, the next, hopefully, World Cup in Asia, the Saudi bid in 34, that will be decided later on this year, which we are really looking forward that Asia will host the biggest events in the next decade. But it's thanks to FIFA for their support, not just to the 211 countries, but mainly to the 47 nations in Asia. And Gianni, I congratulate you for the past 8 years for all the job that you've done. And I hope that the model between the Confederation and FIFA, that we see the relationship between us, how we work as a team, can have a positive impact on everyone. So you will always have our support in Asia, Mr. President, because we've seen what you've done in the past. And what matters to us is to create that stability throughout the 211. And with a strong FIFA, I'm sure that the Confederation will be stronger. So I know that it'll be a long journey for the next 2 or 3 days with all the debates, and I would like to thank all the speakers that have come today. I'm sure that we will share all their knowledge, and without any ado, I know that you'll be sitting here and hearing a lot of people, and I won't bore you so much, but I wish you a pleasant and a beautiful stay in Seoul, because we have a great host who is taking care of us here, and I look forward in the next 2 days in hearing your comments. So thank you so much for coming, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President, for your opening address. Kindly remain on the stage, and we would now like to invite Mr. Chung Mong-gyu, President of Korea Football Association, the host of this prestigious conference, to the stage for penance exchange. Mr. Chong, you may take your seat. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Yasser Al-Mishal, President of Saudi Arabian Football Federation, the sponsor of this conference, to the stage for penance exchange. Mr. Yasser Al-Mishal, you may take your seat. Moving on with great pleasure and honor, I would like to invite FIFA President Mr. Gianni Infantino to the stage for a penance exchange, followed by his address. Thank you, President Sheikh Salman. Mr. Gianni Infantino, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Are you already up? No jet lag, nothing? Fit for the next couple of days? Yeah? We still need a bit of work here, but I'm sure we'll get there. Dear Sheikh Salman, my dear brother, dear President Chung, my dear friends, colleagues, delegates, presidents, general secretaries, members of the EXCO, and so on and so forth, representatives from all over the world here present today. Welcome to my city, welcome to Seoul, welcome to Korea Republic. It's beautiful, as you can see. My city is everywhere, my country is everywhere in the world, but I have to say that the welcome that I received here, like I'm sure all of you, was incredible. Thank you very much. Well, it's a very important day today. It's an important conference For you, yesterday, the award ceremony was beautiful, and thanks again for having touched my heart with the Diamond of Asia award, which again belongs to all of you as it belongs to me. Today starts a conference where, as it was said, you can exchange, you can learn, you can improve, you can make football better in Asia, and of course, as well, all over the world. And for me, as president of FIFA, it is always a great occasion to come together with you, to meet you, to think back as well a little bit, and to analyze what we have done, because this gives you as well a base to tell us what we can do better and how we can improve to make you better as well. Last year we were together in Tashkent as well, my city and my country, in Uzbekistan, who was a brilliant host of the last FIFA Futsal World Cup just a couple of weeks ago. And the subject and the theme was leadership. And of course, leadership is very important when you want to improve. And if you look at what happened in FIFA and the award that you honored me with yesterday night, gave me the occasion as well to think about that. If you look at what happened in FIFA in the last years, I think that this can serve really as a catalyst of what can happen in every country in the world. After having put, of course, our house in order back in 2016, or starting in 2016, putting good governance at the base of what we all have to do, we started to invest in what we are about, in football. And we invested in 5 different areas, mainly. The first area was, of course, and is, of course, men's national team football, and in particular, the World Cup. And as a consequence of that, we decided to increase the number of participants from 32 to 48. We doubled the number of Asian countries participating in the World Cup as of the next World Cup in 2026. Asia is more than half of the world population. To have at least 8 countries participating in a World Cup was long overdue, wasn't it? But it never happened until we made it happen. We made it happen all together, and now suddenly we have 18 countries of Asia in the last group stage, and everyone has a chance to participate in the World Cup. This was never the case in the past, and all 46 or 47 countries have more opportunities to play, and this is what it is about. This is what will give you the opportunity to invest in football, your governments, your sponsors, your broadcasters, to believe in what you do, because the Men's World Cup today is still the basis of all the work that we can do as FIFA in terms of football development. And this is the second area where we invested, of course, a lot. Football development, the forward program in particular. When I arrived at FIFA, some of you are still here from that time. Each federation was receiving $250,000 a year. Now you receive $2 million a year. A 7-fold increase thanks to the revenues of the Men's World Cup mainly, of course, but as well thanks to the fact that we are now investing in what we have to invest, which is football and football development. The forward program is key in that. Football for schools is very important as well. The talent development scheme is crucial because talent in football is everywhere. Talent in football is not limited to 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 countries in the world. Talent is everywhere. And the next big world star can be born in any country in the world, in any country in Asia, in any of your countries, but you must be good enough, and we can help you with that together with AFC, to spot these talents and to make them grow. And when I speak about talent, I speak about men, but I speak as well about women. And this brings us to the third area where we invested a lot, and it's women's football. Also there we increased the number of participants from 24 to 32, increasing the number of Asian slots as well from 5 to potentially 8. Women's football in Asia is, of course, very strong, has a long history, and is growing a little bit everywhere. And we've seen it with the last Women's World Cup in Australia and New Zealand, how successful it can be. 2 million spectators, 2 billion watching it on TV. And as I mentioned World Cup, let me mention as well, because we are in Asia, the World Cup in Qatar, 5 billion viewers. I mean, an incredible, incredible event, the best World Cup ever that we witnessed there. These events give us the tools, again, to invest in football, and that's what we do for you, and where we need as well your feedback on what we can do better. And one of the feedback that we received brings us to the fourth area, which is youth development. To develop youth, you need, of course, academies, pitches, and we are investing through the Forward program together with you in all of that. But we need as well competitions, and to be able to organize every year, instead of every 2 years, under 17 boys and under 17 girls World Cups, with increased number of participants, more participants from all over the world. Well, this will force, of course, all of us, all of you, to invest in youth, to make sure that you have competitive youth teams in order to be able to qualify for the FIFA under 17 boys or girls World Cup. And maybe, as I was mentioning at the last Congress, we can even think about organizing an under 15 festival, having the participation of even more countries. Why not dreaming about having all countries of the world, all member associations of FIFA in the world, to participate in an under 15 festival for girls and for boys. Well, the last area I want to mention very briefly, because it is also your day-to-day work, is club football. We have national team football with our calendar, 10 matches per year and the final tournaments, but we have also as well club football, which is crucially important. And for almost 100 years, FIFA had a competition which would determine who is the world champion of the countries. But there was no competition to determine who is the world champion of the club. So we created, again with a unanimous decision of the FIFA Council, a new competition, a new World Cup, a Club World Cup. A Club World Cup for men taking place next year, and a Club World Cup for women as well taking place in 2 years, the details of which are still being elaborated. But club football is important, and we need to give every club as well in the world an opportunity and a chance to participate. So the new FIFA Club World Cup, you should all come next year to the US to witness that from 15th of June to 13th of July, is the most inclusive club competition in the world. It's the only club competition in the world which will, of course, determine who the real world champion of clubs is. Clubs, big clubs in all the countries today are multinationals. They have the best players from all countries in the world, and it is important that we can crown the world champion of the clubs on one side, but on the other side as well, boost club football all over the world, in Asia, in Africa, in Americas, in Europe, in Oceania. Club football, thanks to the possibility to participate on a Club World Cup. So this Club World Cup will open of course, a new era of club football, an era in which all the clubs in the world are included, and an era of club football solidarity as well, because the revenues of this club football will go to the participating club, of course, but will go as well to club football all over the world to improve the work that all the clubs in your federations are doing as well. So these are some of the areas, some of the projects that we have been working on and we are working on as well in future. But we are here as well, like all of you, to listen, to learn, to get your feedback back home, to make things always better, because football has to grow, and we in Asia have to bring Asian football to the top of the world. Thank you very much for listening to me. I wish you a great conference, and I look forward to seeing you soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Infantino. Thank you. You may take your seat. And finally, I would like to invite Mr. Chung Mong-gyu back on stage for his welcome address.
Good morning. I'm very thrilled, and at the same time, I'm a little bit nervous giving a few words in front of our great leaders and the superhero Gianni Infantino and Sheikh Salman. I try to do my best. Distinguished guests and esteemed President and General Secretary of the AFC Members Association, respected AFC executive members, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure and honor. I welcome you all to Seoul for this conference. We are truly honored to host this significant gathering of football leaders from across Asia and world, including the esteemed FIFA President Gianni Infantino and AFC President Sheikh Salman bin Ibrahim Al Khalifa. I trust your journey to our vibrant city was pleasant, and I hope you will find time to experience the unique blend of tradition and modernity that Seoul has to offer. Just yesterday, we had the privilege of witnessing AFC Annual Awards 2023, a magnificent celebration of achievement and contribution of AFC Members Association. The awards winner truly exemplify the dedication and innovation driving football progress across Asia. The conference theme, Building and Leading Great Organization, tackles an area crucial to advancement of football not only in Asia and around the world. AFC's thoughtful selection of this theme underscores a commitment to strengthening foundation of our beloved sports. In the world of constant change, we must strive to create a sustainable and collaborative system within our organization, a challenge that resonates with all of us, from member association to regional association and confederation, and indeed global football community. It is not an easy task. However, through the insight and inspiration we gain from distinguished speakers at this conference and through the various discussion and dialogue, we hope we will be able to explore new direction to make the future of Asian football brighter as proud member association of AFC. This conference, following such a momentous occasion as AFC Annual Awards, provide a valuable platform for us to come together to share knowledge, exchange ideas, collaborate on initiatives that further elevate the beautiful game in Asia. I commend AFC under the visionary leadership of Sheikh Salman for creating this wonderful community opportunity for us to collectively shape the future of football in our region. Let us engage with open minds and shared determination to strengthen the foundation of football in Asia. Once again, welcome to Seoul. I wish you all enjoyable experience in this beautiful city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chong. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed with the official program, we would like to invite everyone for a group photo to capture this special moment. All you need to do is just sit back, relax, and show a big smile, and our photographer will be taking a photo from the stage. Thank you very much. We will now take a break and reconvene at 11 a.m. sharp. We kindly ask that everyone return to the conference hall 5 minutes before so we can continue with the program smoothly. Thank you very much.
This is the 18th edition of the AFC Asian Cup. 5 cities hosting 51 matches across the next. Great looking ball in, simple chance, control of it, and Jackson Irvine taking control of the game.
That's it. There's the opening goal for Japan. You have Takumi Minamino. It's looped in. An incredible goal.
Hong Kong China level just 3 minutes after the break. It is the second round of group matches starting, and here is the group start. Ahmed Yahya, one real option. He's found that option. That is absolutely extraordinary play. And Indonesia have the lead into the area, placing it into the bottom corner, and Iran have got the opening goal. Ali Madan, 5 minutes into injury time. Oman have the lead. And the debutants to that wide, he's still got players on. But Faisal turns the ball in. The chance looks to have gone for Malaysia. Lebanon, first attack of the second half. Brilliant stuff. A quality finish.
Now then, Kojo has scored, and this one will count.
Quick strike. Turn.
As two great Asian.
Oh, the substitute. Oh my goodness me.
It is a magnificent way to conclude a magnificent comeback.
It's a better looking ball in. It's all about the quality on the corner. Jordan are into the semi-final of the AFC Asian Cup.
The match continues.
It will be Son.
It is stunning. A captain becomes a hero.
And Iran through.
And they are into the semi-finals.
Chipped into the net. And the dream of a tournament is still alive.
The first semi-final from the magnificent Ahmed bin Ali Stadium. It's a superb finish for the Azanel Day match. Korea punished for giving it away.
Akram Habib again cutting inside. Akram Habib. This is the final of the AFC. And Akram Habib is a hat-trick hero for Qatar. And Qatar are the AFC Asian Cup champions 2023.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. Thanks for joining us here, everybody. It's a great pleasure to see so many of you.
I truly believe club football is your job. International football is enjoyed and it's a privilege and all.
16 top teams from across the continent of Asia have arrived in Qatar with one shared desire: to lift the AFC Under-23 Asian Cup 2024.
Both sides will be determined to claim victory in their opener in the group of death.
And it's driven in! A fantastic effort, what a hit that is! Goalkeeper stands up tall to tip it over the bar. A good save, but it's a warning shot.
And the ball finally does hit the back of the net.
pressing and they're through here and Wittan bends it into that far corner. It's a scintillating move. It's football of the highest quality.
Again, applying the finishing touch to a lovely move. He's gifted the ball, he's got too much space and he rifles it home. Therefore, Buki Yamada, what a finish! Kokubo making himself a hero. A brilliant result in a really tight game, settled. Unbelievable drama at the end of this final. Japan are the AFC U-23 Asian Cup winners.
This is the 18th edition of the AFC Asian Cup. 5 cities hosting 51 matches across the next. Great looking ball in, simple chance, control of it, and Jackson Irvine taking control of the game.
That's it. There's the opening goal for Japan of Takumi Minamino. It's looped in. An incredible goal.
Hong Kong China level just 3 minutes after the break. It is the second round of group matches starting, and here is the group start.
Ahmed Yahya, one real option. He's found that option. That is absolutely extraordinary play.
And Indonesia have the lead into the area, placing it into the bottom corner, and he ran and got the opening goal.
Ali Madan, 5 minutes into injury time.
Oman have the lead. And the debutants are to that wide, he's still got pace on. But Faisal turns the ball in. The chance looked to have gone for Malaysia. Lebanon first attack in the second half. Brilliant stuff. A quality finish.
Now then, Kojo has scored, and this one will count.
Quick strike. Turn.
There's 2 great Asian. Oh, the substitute. Oh my goodness me. It is a magnificent way to conclude a magnificent comeback.
It's a better looking ball in. It's all about the quality on the corner. Jordan are into the semi-final of the AFC Asian Cup.
The match continues. It will be signed. It is stunning. A captain becomes a hero.
And Iran through.
And they are into the semi-finals.
Chipped into the net. And the dream of a tournament is still alive.
The first semi-final from the magnificent Ahmed bin Ali Stadium. It's a superb finish for the Hassan El match. Korea punished for giving it away.
Akram Afif again cutting inside. Akram Afif. This is the final of the AFC. And Akram Afif is a hat-trick hero for Qatar. And Qatar are the AFC Asian Cup champions 2023.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. Thanks for joining us here, everybody. It's a great pleasure to see so many of you.
I joined with club football. It's your job. International football is enjoyed and it's a privilege and an honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, could we please ask you to return to your seats as we are about to reconvene? Ladies and gentlemen, could we please ask you to return to your seats as we are about to reconvene? Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated as we are about to start soon. Welcome back, everyone. To set the tone for today's discussions, I am delighted to introduce our first speaker, a visionary leader in the world of football. He has been at the forefront of driving significant growth and transformation across the continent. Today, he will be speaking on insights on AFC trans-strategic reform for future growth. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome the AFC General Secretary, Dr. Sir Windsor John, to the stage.
Thank you, Victoria. Good morning, everyone. I'm not sure if it's good to speak as the first speaker, but I think I'll do my best. If you look at the title of this slide, AFC's Trans-Strategic Reforms, there's no such word as trans-strategic. If you Google, you will never find it. What we did was, the actual topic is transformation and strategic reforms. Transformation and strategic reforms for the future growth of the AFC. And I want to start with this phrase. I'm sure many of you know this phrase. Change or be changed. If you don't change, change will change you. These are things that we have heard all the time. So, football organizations, like all other organizations in different sectors and industries, need to reform. Because the topic for today, topic for this conference is reform. So we'll be hearing the word reform quite a bit. And we need to reform primarily because the need to adapt to changing environments around us. Some of these environments are beyond our control. And also the need to improve performance and foster innovation. And I want to share some factors, some key factors, which we are doing at the AFC as well, but also would be valuable, and I'm sure many of you are doing it. The problem with reform is sometimes we are making these changes even without knowing we are making these changes. Okay? We may be doing those changes subtly, but we may not be knowing that we are making these changes. So I want to put forth to you some key factors why a reform is essential. I'm not able to present a whole lot within 30 minutes, but probably I just want to stimulate your thought, just to see how much more you can then think about these points that I want to raise today. Now, the first point that I want to start with is adaptation to change, under the topic of market dynamics. Now, we know that football organizations must be ready all the time for the changing and evolving geopolitical and economic conditions. I'm sure all of you know, because these are factors beyond our control, not in the control of football organizations or many organizations, but we need to be ready. The second is our stakeholders' expectations. If you take AFC, we need to always be cognizant of the fact, what do our member associations want? What do our regional associations want? Because these are things coming from the outside to the inside, to the AFC, probably to the executive committee, to the various standing committees. And thirdly, the competitive landscape that we are facing every day. Okay? Now, doing so, okay, if we are careful in doing so, then we may be able to leverage on new opportunities as they emerge. And also at the same time, we do not want to push these changes very quickly because there will be resistance. You know, change, when it happens, automatically people want to resist. So they may have to take a bit more time to make these changes, but still, change has to be made. And the second point under this adaptation to change is technology innovation. You see, these days, technology is moving so fast that it has come part and parcel of the game. And if we do not reform ourselves, then we will find ourselves being way behind, not able to be relevant to our stakeholders, to our fans, to our sponsors, and so on. So the rapid pace of technology requires all of us, including the AFC, to invest, really invest in this updating our processes, updating our systems regularly to maintain efficiency and open new opportunities. And the third one is regulatory changes. I think if we want to adapt and make changes, then new laws, new regulations, new policies, all these can necessitate change adjustments within our organizations. And also it makes us to be compliant with international standards, compliant with and avoid sanctions as well. So these are things that we can do. And the second point that I would like to share is performance improvement. Look, we are all judged by our performance. We are all judged, whether it's on the field and off the field, all the time. AFC is all the time judged by our performance in delivering our competitions, delivering our events, increasing our revenue, increasing our subsidies for member associations, able to reformat competitions so that we are seen as being relevant to the current needs of our stakeholders. So when an organization is not able to achieve the objectives and the goals set by the organization, then we need to ensure reform becomes necessary. Why? Because then we can identify the gaps and also ensure that we improve and re-strategize ourselves. Now, reform also, under the context of performance, can enhance productivity. I think we need to understand that reform often leads to streamline operations. You know, if what we were doing 5 years ago is not increasing our productivity, then we need to make changes. We need to do the necessary reforms so that we can increase our productivity, to ensure that the right people, the right decisions are made, and this can enhance the productivity and eliminate redundancy and also streamlining and optimizing workflows. Please excuse me, I'm actually running fast because it's only 30 minutes and I've got a lot more to share. A third one is crisis management. I think in Asia, we are experts in managing crisis because crisis has become part of our daily life. You know, whether it's a geopolitical crisis, whether it's a pandemic crisis, whether it's natural disaster crisis, we are always living with crisis around us. And therefore, the organization must be ready to address this crisis, because when crisis comes, then our scheduling becomes a problem. Like if you take AFC, delivering our World Cup qualifiers, we are always on crisis mode because we don't know what will happen tomorrow. Are there flights going into certain country tomorrow? Will there be borders closed tomorrow? We don't know. So we are always in this crisis management mode, and if we do not reform the organization to address this crisis, then we'll always be 1-2 steps behind. We will not be taking proactive measures and putting the mechanisms, putting the structures in place to address this crisis that comes, unfortunately, so very often, especially in Asia. And also, of course, the geopolitical environment. You know, we all know what I'm talking about. Disturbances in geopolitical environments, not only around us, I'm not talking only about which is happening in our continent, but which also happens in other continents, will have an impact to us delivering our business. Definitely. Not necessarily issues that are around us, but also far away from us. And therefore, the organizations such as AFC or U member associations must have the mechanisms, must have the structures in place to deal with such crises all the time. And if we do not have, then we need to reform our structures to make sure that we are able to address such situations. And the next one I want to quickly touch is innovation for growth. I think we know that these days we are looking at a culture of innovation, so to say, to let people be creative, be inclusive, because this is essential for long-term growth. What we did 10 years ago, we are not able to do now. We have to do differently. What we did 20 years ago is probably out of place. Now we need to do things that fits for purpose in today's environment. What do the fans want? What do the stakeholders want? What is social media influencing our football? So we need to make sure that there is room and there is a culture to stimulate growth in our organization. And also we need to identify new opportunities. We cannot be happy all the time with what we are doing today. we need to think about what else we can do more, what else we can do new, what shall I say, new opportunities, thinking out of the box kind of ideas, so that we can help to identify these opportunities that will drive growth. At the end of the day, if I'm talking about reform, reform can only be seen as successful if it drives growth of the football, whether in your own country or at the AFC level. So we want to do these things, especially innovation, to keep the organization dynamic, but also keeping the organization looking forward to the future. And finally, in this first point, I have 3 points to cover. The first is organizational reform. The second point I want to share is on governance reform, and the third on administration reform. Now, the last point under the organization reform is employee engagement and morale, meaning, we want to make sure that there is employee satisfaction. Because the greatest asset for any organization is the staff, our people, not the building, not our training centers, it is our people. They are the greatest assets. And for us, we need to have effective reforms so that our staff are satisfied, they are motivated to work even harder to deliver the vision and the mission of our organization. And if we can include them in the change process, if we can include them by having dialogues in the reform process of the organization, then it's even better, because it will cultivate higher morale, higher job satisfaction, and retention of top and emerging talent. These days, especially with the young people, it is not easy to satisfy them. It's not easy. So we must, reform our what shall I say, employee engagement and morale, so that they feel proud to be working, they feel motivated to be working for our organization. And also by involving our employees in the change process, it will also mitigate the resistance for change within the organization. Okay, it will mitigate. So involving staff is crucial, not only to keep up the morale, but also that they are able to accept whatever changes, whatever reforms that we are doing in the organization. Now, I would like to move on to the benefits very quickly. The benefits of organizational reform. The first one is implementing reforms is not only as a process to tick the box, to say, yes, we have reformed. Oh, yes, we have done this. No, it's not. It is sincerely to grow your organization. It is sincerely to grow your organization. And it not only addresses immediate and needs, but it also brings long-term benefits. Because what you invest today by reforms, it will pay in the mid-term or the long-term. Environment sustainability practice, enhanced governance structures, diversity and inclusion initiatives. Now, we need to always remember organizations that embrace change. Organizations that embrace change develop a culture of agility. They are flexible. They'll be able to adapt to new ideas and new changes that are happening around them. And that allows them to pivot quickly in response to new challenges and opportunities. If you have a very restricted organization, then we will lose out on adapting new opportunities. We will be always saying, no, I want to do my way or the highway. It does not work these days. Probably 30 years ago it works, but these days we need to be agile so that we can embrace new opportunities. And of course, enhance member and regional associations. I think changes that improve internal processes often lead to better customer service. If AFC has made a lot of changes, which I'll share a little while later, this is basically to serve our stakeholders, especially the member associations and the regional association, better so that they are satisfied with the service that AFC is giving them. Right. I will move on to the second topic, which is gender governance reform. Okay, the second part, which is governance reform. Governance also is a word that has been used in the last couple of years in a very frequent way, you know. And it's not a bad word. Okay, reform, governance, these are all not bad words. These are all good words, okay, for organizations. I think I want to start off with gender equality in AFC leadership. I think the AFC is committed to enhancing opportunities and representations in women leadership roles within the organizations. Not only opportunities, but also create representation of women in leadership roles. And this effort includes also gender equality, developing leadership pathways for women, and ensuring equitable participation in decision-making process. And I think some of the key initiatives that we have done is a leadership development program, especially for women, to equip them with necessary skills and knowledge. We are not saying that women lack the skills and knowledge. They are some of the best brains in the world. But what we are saying, because the women's game developed very much later than the men's game, we have more men experienced and knowledgeable in the game purely because the men's game started early and they had more opportunities earlier. And now we have to create those opportunities to ensure that our women catch up on giving opportunities for them in leadership roles and representations. And of course also the second one is quotas and representation targets. And we together must be very proud, because AFC was the first confederation to have the most number of women in the executive committee, even before FIFA or any other confederations. Now people don't recognize that. We are the first. The members made those choices by changing the statutes to ensure that we have a greater number, the most number of women participation, minimum represented from the regional zones to be within the AFC. So we have to protect this and also ensure that this continues to improve. A third one is partnership with global, I would say, organization to align AFC's policies and also international gender equity standards. Now, I want to stop here and just impress that when we talk about gender equality, it is more about equal opportunities. We cannot deprive of equal opportunities here. We must ensure that whatever we are supporting in the men's game, we need to translate them also into the women's game, both on the field and also off the field. Okay? Now, these efforts aim to create a more inclusive and diverse leadership structure within the AFC. See, the key word is inclusivity, and I will say again later. What are the benefits? We want to ensure that there is, I would say, a diverse set of perspectives, by increasing the involvement of women in leadership roles and enriching decision-making with different kinds of opinions and viewpoints. It also fosters a more, I would say, inclusive and representative, even in the committee levels. I think, in some of our committees, whether it's technical or refereeing, we also make sure that there are women representation, because we also have women football, which are decided by these committees, and we have to ensure that there is equal representation of both the men and the women in these committees as well, so that both the men's game and the women's game can be protected. And of course also it promotes gender equality through targeted initiatives leadership development and policies that support equal opportunities for women across all of AFC. Now, the second part in the governance reform is the increase of term limits, okay? Increase executive committee term limits. Now, as you can see on the screen, I think it's important to know that we want to ensure leadership continuity. We have many young people, young leaders coming into leadership role. The presidents of member associations are getting younger these days. And therefore, the opportunity for them to be elected into leadership roles within the AFC becomes more and more for younger leaders. Now, if we are restricting, we have changed this, by the way, okay? Basically to allow these young leaders to grow in their job, take up leadership positions, and we do not want term limits to restrict them, and then we say, thank you very much, you are 45, you have served 12 years, you have to leave, and this person is just now getting into a nice leadership position with his maturity and with his knowledge. And I'm saying this because we have more younger presidents coming into the game in many of our member associations. And also, of course, continuity in leadership. You know, in turbulent times, a mature leader is very necessary. In crisis times, a mature leader is important to make the right decisions, whether it's at the AFC, whether it's at member associations or regional associations. So we are very proud, and we are also happy that we have removed this to ensure that there is greater experience and expertise around the decision-making body, which is our executive committee members. And also it provides for long-term implementation of strategic plans. Okay, I'm not giving excuses why we remove the term limits. Please don't get me wrong. Okay? I'm not giving excuses here. I'm trying to justify that after doing a lot of research, we have concluded that it's important to have mature leaders who have been in the position to lead the organization even further. Now, we have to remember that at the end of the day, even if I am eligible, it is the Congress that decides. Eligibility of age or term or whatever it is not an automatic qualification to be sitting in a leadership position, because at the end of the day, you still will be elected. You still have to prove to the Congress that you are still relevant and you can hold leadership positions. So we are giving the power back to the Congress to decide whether you want to elect someone or not. And this is also part of inclusivity, to allow our leaders who are able to continue to serve and provide that stability to the organization to continue within a certain position. The third thing that we did at the AFC, I hope you remember, is allowing the executive committee to appoint chairpersons who are not within the executive committee for certain committees that needs expertise. Okay, for example, referees, these are expert areas. Medical committee, for example, they may not be a doctor within the executive committee to chair the medical committee. So we need to bring outside expertise, or other committees, whichever committees, and of course the executive committee is the one, and the president appoints these chairpersons. And this is something that we have done as well. Maybe other confederations have done before, but the AFC has made these reforms in the statutes to allow for outside expertise to play a role as well in the various standing committees, so that there is basically diverse, I would say, ideas coming from these leaders who are not within the executive committee. And these are changes that the Congress has made to the statutes. These are changes that the executive committee has supported, so that the business continuity of the AFC is not hindered in any way. Now, these appointments are basically to efficiently run the business of the AFC. It is not to deprive the executive committee members from holding positions, but we want to ensure that people with the right expertise and knowledge are able to chair certain committees which need that certain expertise. Okay? Now, the next one, removing the age limit. Now, this is something that the reform task force that the executive committee has set up will discuss this in their meetings. Okay, is it good to remove the age limit? Is it? I think the referees have already removed the age limit because they said it is correct. The referees have removed the age limit. They say that it is restrictive and it is biased towards men who are still young and who are able to perform on the field. I mean, so removing the age limit is something that the reform task force will look at it and maybe give the proposal to the executive committee and also to the Congress to decide. But I think we need to be very careful that we need to ensure there's always a broad pool of leaders where the Congress can elect, and not a very restricted pool, and you're forced to elect. And this is something we want to avoid. And also it encourages inclusivity, just like gender equality, just like removal of term limits. Why not? I don't know, but this is something that the Reform Task Force will look into it. And we want to also maximize the potential of the leaders who have served. Some of the leaders come into the executive committee at the later stage maybe, you know, and not everyone comes into the executive committee at a younger stage. So we need to balance this age as well to ensure that there is a balance between the younger leaders and also the more experienced senior leaders. Well, this is up for discussion. Now the third, I only have 5 minutes, huh? Is it? Okay, don't shut off the mic, please. Okay, the first thing that I want to probably share with you, of course, under the guidance of our president, who always wants the AFC to be as close as possible to our member associations and regional associations. So one of the first things that we are going to do in 2014 is the decentralization of our regional units. It simply means that in our MA department, which is headed by our Deputy General Secretary Wahid, he has units that are responsible for the different regions, okay, West, East, ASEAN, South and Central and so on. So what we are going to do in 2024 is to bring this unit closer to you. Bring this unit closer to you. Why? Because we want to make sure that they are able to service you better, you know, and we want to make sure that our staff are at the same time zone as the regions. You know, we have 5-hour time difference, we have different time differences all over the Asia, so we want to make sure that our units are close to you. They're just one step away to service you even better on your time zone. Okay, number one. Number two, they're able to service you in crisis management times. Okay, because of the different time zones that we have in Asia, moving our staffs closer to your home literally means they are at your doorstep, at your service whenever you need the support of the AFC. This we will be introducing, we will be presenting this to our executive committee as well as an initiative to serve our member associations and our regional associations even closer and even better. Now, this is a reform that we are doing within the administration. Now, the second one that I want to share, what you see on the screen is just artist's impression of a stadium. You know, in Asia, we have the most number of member associations not able to host international matches at their home. Whether their venue is suspended by FIFA, whether they have other security issues, or their stadiums do not conform to the international standards, whatever reason it may be, we have many member associations not able to host international matches. And we are thankful that many associations like Saudi Football Association, especially this year, has been hosting so many member associations as neutral venues. We have last year, a lot of matches were played in Qatar. A lot of club matches are now played in UAE, Qatar, Saudi, and so on. But we are looking at a very strategic decision, together with FIFA, of course, to build this mini stadium or a 10,000 seater stadium in Kuala Lumpur, to ensure that our member associations, at any time they want to use a venue, you have a venue ready to be used. Whether it's for youth matches, it's for friendly matches, it is for your international matches, it will be of international standard, so that we provide this service to our member association. And it will be cost efficient as well, because we have the AFC staff to help you deliver the matches. We have the Football Association of Malaysia to assist us with all logistical arrangement for you and your team to come and use this AFC stadium, which belongs to all of you. And I think this is the final point. AFC Academic Center of Excellence. I'm sure that you have heard about this ACE. Look, the AFC is deeply committed to enhancing the knowledge and skills of individuals involved in football across its member associations and regional associations. You know, today's young people are the future leaders, so we need to invest in them, we need to equip them, we need to provide all the knowledge that we can to them, so that they can then take up positions in the future. And this commitment is reflected in the establishment of the Academic Center of Excellence, or normally known as ACE. And this is, as I said, to equip the future leaders with the essential tools and knowledge in football management and administration. And it's free, of course. This is like what we say, low cost, high impact kind of a model, meaning that it is free for all the students, and it is all across the world. We have students, about over 650 students have graduated or still going on with the courses over all continents, with topics such as football leadership, child safeguarding, and football administration. And we are proud of this very tailor-made kind of education program, and we want to ensure that this is something that you can capitalize on. We use very innovative learning approaches, emphasizes on interactive teaching methods through our very wide range of instructors and lecturers. And of course, we want to develop future leaders through this program. In summary, the ACE represents a very strategic effort to enhance the skills and knowledge of those involved in the football governance and management. And through free education programs and a commitment to develop future leaders, the AFC is reinforcing its role as a key entity in promoting excellence within football and beyond. I think you can see on the screen the various programs introduced by ACE: Football Management Certificate, Football Management Diploma, Football Leadership, Child Safeguarding, Certificate in Football Administration and Management, Certificate in Strategy and Planning, AFC Empowering Women in Football Programs. These are the different offerings done by our ACE programs. So you can see also on the screen, number of applicants so far, 1,205. And you can also see the number of students, 688, 60 nationalities, number of professors, 35, with a 1.2 million investment and total learning hours of 2,159. So with that, thank you very much. Sorry I've taken 4 minutes of somebody else's time.
Thank you very much, Dato Seri. It is really inspiring to hear from you. Please remain on the stage, and we will now have a bit of time for questions. So if you have any question, please raise your hand, and our team will pass you the microphone to ask your question. Is there any question for Dato Seri?
They should not ask the General Secretary any questions. No, I'm kidding. Any questions? If none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dato Seri. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome our second speaker, Mr. Robert Skinner, the United Nations Deputy Director and Chief of Partnership and Global Engagement. Robert brings with him a wealth of experience, having served in key roles within the United Nations. Prior to his extensive work with the UN, Robert held diplomatic positions working in diverse regions, and he began his career as an attorney in Chicago. Today, he will be speaking on the power of football to drive positive change, AFC and UN football for the goals. Welcome, Robert. You have the floor.
Thank you, Victoria. And I hope that folks don't mind me standing at the podium to give these remarks in presentation. You know, I'm from the United Nations. We like standing behind podiums to give remarks, I think, as you've seen from the UN headquarters in New York. I've learned a lot the last couple of days here with all of you from AFC. And one thing I just really learned is don't follow AFC General Secretary Datuk Seri Windsor John to the stage, because that was a fantastic presentation and a great set of remarks from him. And I learned a lot from that. I mean, another thing I learned from that is the United Nations has a lot of similar issues to AFC in dealing with, you know, geopolitical crisis in general, technology, change. It's something I think we're all dealing with all over the world, you know, whatever organization you're dealing with. And I think that you're hearing how AFC is thinking about it. It definitely gave me some thoughts and ideas about what we can do better at the United Nations. I also would really like to thank, you know, KFA President here, our host here, Mr. Chang Mungu. It's been a great welcome. I think we all can agree that they've done a great job hosting. Of course, AFC President Sheikh Salman Al-Ibrahim Al-Khalifa. It's been great to be hosted by AFC. I feel very fortunate to be here from the United Nations to be part of this. And of course, it was very nice to hear from FIFA President Gianni Infantino this morning as well, and last night at the awards ceremony. But for me, it's such a pleasure to be here with all of you from the regional associations and the member associations, and have the opportunity to talk about the work that we're doing together, the United Nations and AFC, and hopefully with all of you as we go forward, thinking about sustainable development. And I know that the General Secretary mentioned sustainability in his remarks, and I think that, you know, at the United Nations, that's what we're thinking about all the time, you know, as we deal with these geopolitical crises that we're all thinking about and talking about and trying to find solutions for. You know, but it's really a true pleasure to be here. And, you know, I love working with and talking to my UN colleagues, but I'm a sports guy. Sports has always been a big part of my life, so it's such a pleasure to be here with all of you and seeing the passion that drives all of you, the passion of football. And to be a part of that is really one of the reasons I love being a part of this initiative that I'm going to talk to you all about, Football for the Goals. And because football truly does have the power to drive positive change, and to be able to talk about Football for the Goals with you and hopefully invite you into the community that's looking at this and driving that change. And I trust most of you were at the awards ceremony last night, and it was great to see everyone get their awards, see, you know, the leadership that AFC has in its member associations be honored and recognized. But I have to say that in looking at the various awards, I was mostly touched by the grassroots work that's being done. I mean, seeing the videos from the grassroots work and the young people, children even, that just had smiles on their faces, were so excited to be part of football and be playing football. I mean, and that's really what is going to drive change, is making sure that what we're doing in football and all aspects of life is inclusive, allowing the opportunity to play, be educated, be exposed to leaders in their communities and across the country, and in some cases global leaders, to be able to drive young people's thoughts and ideas in many, many difficult circumstances, again, as the General Secretary referenced in the region. So what I'm going to talk about today, and I have to make sure that I'm driving the clicker here well, I'm going to talk a little bit about the Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs, that were from 2015, adopted by the General Assembly of the United Nations in 2015. At the United Nations, we'd like to think everybody in the world knows what they are, but I'm experienced enough to know that hardly anyone in the world knows what they are, except I will call out Japan and JFA and what they're doing. In the Japanese community, they've done a great job of recognition of the Sustainable Development Goals, and when you go to Tokyo, you can see references to the SDGs all over the place. So it's great to have met some of the JFA folks and talk a little bit about that. So the SDGs, the background, what we need to do better on the Sustainable Development Goals to actually drive toward positive change by 2030, which is when they expire, and also how we envision working with football and all of you as we go forward. And then at the end, if you have any questions or comments, any thoughts, ideas about Football for the Goals and what the UN's doing, I would be very happy to take your questions. So first, we'll have a look at what the goals are. And you can see they're on the screen. I must have managed to move to that screen without even recognizing it. But the SDGs, what are they? Basically, in 2015, the UN member states, the General Assembly, adopted 17 Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Basically, a common roadmap to move the world forward to make positive change and make the world a better place. The SDG and its 169 targets, and no one would ever expect anyone to get all 169. It's hard enough sometimes to deal with the 17 of the SDGs, but they aim to eradicate poverty, fight inequality, and tackle climate change by 2030. And I have to say, and in seeing all of you here today and seeing how AFC operates and learning about football, how it operates, this was a stellar diplomatic achievement to get these goals adopted by the General Assembly in 2015. And since we're in Seoul and the Korea Republic, I have to give a great deal of credit to, at that time, our Secretary General, Ban Ki-moon, from the Korea Republic, who drove a very inclusive, and by inclusive I mean not just the governments, but private sector, academia, civil society, sport. All sectors were involved in getting the negotiations moving forward, in driving the change and pushing the governments to actually make the change and adopt these 17 goals. In 2014, when I was working on this, I was looking at it and saying, these 193 member states have a difficult time determining where to put a comma, or whether to say deplore or extremely or strongly deplore some sort of action. To get them to agree on an agenda like this was really incredible, and he deserves a great deal of credit, as does our current Deputy Secretary General, Amina Mohammed, who spearheaded the effort on behalf of Ban Ki-moon to get these goals in place. But once it was over and we adopted these goals, things got a little bit more difficult. I mean, 2015 to now, we are way off track. We are roughly have about 17% of the goals and targets are on track to be met by 2030. Not even making 1 in 5. I think in football you can say if you have 1 victory and 4 losses, that's probably not a good record, and that's about where we are, not even quite there at this point. There are a lot of reasons for that. COVID-19 pandemic clearly set the world back. Economy's back. We all went home. We couldn't gather like this, and so it was a real challenge. Climate change and conflict have also had devastating consequences. So we're well off and way behind. And to be honest, in 2015, I think once these goals and the Paris Climate Agreement were adopted, we all got a little bit complacent, and we kind of congratulated ourselves and felt like we had won, when actually we had words on paper, we had documents, but we needed action. We needed initiatives. We needed to drive that change. And I think that can happen. When you feel like you've accomplished something by having a resolution or a document, you feel like that's the win. But the win comes when you achieve what you've put on the paper. The paper is just the beginning. And so at this stage, we are trying to move it forward through what we are calling the decade of action. In 2020, we looked at it and realized we were off the path to achieve the goals by 2030. We were all just starting in the middle of COVID, and things are not looking good. So we declared that we needed to announce and start a decade of action. We're almost midway through that decade already, and we're almost 10 years into the 15 we had to achieve the goals. And so we need to mobilize everyone everywhere, demand urgency and ambition, and design new innovations and solutions. Things are moving quickly. The General Secretary talked about that as well. Change is moving at such a rapid pace with technology in the different aspects of the world as we see it and know it. And we have to deal with the world as it is to try and drive the change to achieve the world that we want. So we need to do more, better, faster, and that includes all sectors. So one of the things that current Secretary General Antonio Guterres did just this past season, past year in September, he called for the Summit of the Future to try and reinvigorate action this year and drive a common agenda for the world. And all 193 member states of the United Nations agreed to pick up that call for a summit. And it took place in September in advance of the UN's high-level week, or during the UN's high-level week, in advance of the general debate, when all the heads of state and heads of government are in New York, talking about the world's most pressing issues. And so they reached an agreement. They reached an agreement known as the Pact for the Future to readdress, restart, reinvigorate their efforts and efforts of all sectors around the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as other issues that probably not so relevant for this group, but it kind of goes along with organizational change. Like, will there be reform of the Security Council, for example, to add more permanent seats? Will there be a consideration of eliminating the right to veto of the 5 current members of the Security Council? Things like that are driving organizational change, but most importantly, I think, for this group, is how we should engage and think about achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. And it also recognizes, again, like the SDGs did in 2015, the need for all sectors to work together, not just governments. I mean, this is where the power of sport, specifically football, comes in, because we need to get back on track. And the role of sport, in my view, in the view of many of my colleagues at the United Nations, in fact, I would be willing to say all of my colleagues at the UN, is that sport can be a key driver of change, but also that football has a unique global power and reach, like no other sport. The impact and possibilities in the world of football are just so numerous and so great that we felt like we had to create something in which we could work directly with the football community. And I think as you look at the numbers, the folks have talked about the Qatar World Cup. How many people watched it? How many people went? How many people engaged? And just a significant number of eyes that watched what happened in that very successful hosting of the World Cup by Qatar. And congratulations to the Qataris here for pulling off that amazing World Cup. And people pay attention not only to who wins and loses. And the one thing that I understand and we understand is your business is football. Your business is not sustainability, and we get that. You're out there to be successful, drive change, win matches, and be successful on the pitch with your teams. But you can have such a great impact on sustainability because the world watches not only who is winning, but how football is doing business. And I think you're probably all aware of that with the scrutiny you would get from the press and regulatory agents and regulatory bodies and things like that, that the business of football also matters a great deal. And this is why we started the initiative, Football for the Goals, because we recognize the power of football to drive this change. And as I think I said earlier, we wish that everyone followed everything that we do at the United Nations when we're talking about the Sustainable Development Goals or other issues, but we know that a lot more people pay attention to football than pay attention to the diplomatic nuances that are taking place in New York and other places around the world that the United Nations is involved with. So to drive the action, we decided we would start working with football and created an initiative called Football for the Goals. So what does that mean? What is Football for the Goals? It's a platform We convene. The one thing the UN is really good at is convening, bringing people together to talk about how we can solve the world's biggest issues, how we can take them on. People love coming to the UN. I get a little bit jaded sometimes. I work there. I'm there every day, and walking the corridors is where I work. It just becomes my workplace. But when people come to the UN, like going to a big football stadium somewhere, you get inspired. You want to do the work. You want to drive change. And I see that over and over when people come to the United Nations. And so we think that we can be a platform for bringing communities together to drive change, because we believe that that's the role that we play well. We hope that it taps into the power of football to champion the SDGs and to achieve behavioral change and sustainable practices in the football industry. And for me, that's really important. If we're going to tell a story about football driving change, driving positive change, we have to be credible. We have to be authentic. People have to be able to see that football is actually doing what it's saying. And there's a lot of ways to describe that. At the UN, we call it blue washing sometimes, UN blue. Greenwashing is a common term. SDG washing is discussed sometimes when talking about the private sector from various critics. So we know that if we're going to talk about football driving change, football has to be part of the change, and that's change in football. But also, we'd like to see it through football. We'd like to see members of Football for the Gourds use the outreach power via the tournaments, players, corporate brand exposure, media, and fan communities to reach out to them. If we'd love to see the SDG wheel, which I have my SDG logo on my lapel. We'd love to see that everywhere, in stadiums everywhere, in billboards everywhere. And that's great, but it only works if we go back to the second bullet, and that's if it's authentic and real. And so that's what we're hoping that all of you will do, is start driving that change for sustainability, but then talk about it. And that's an area that we can be of use to you. We will tell your stories through our platforms, through our member states in New York and our various places around the world, to talk about what you're doing, to demonstrate that football is driving change and that we should continue to be working with you and promoting what football is doing to drive that change. So probably you'd say, well, what are we asking members to do? And that goes back to my previous comments. We're asking implement sustainability policies and practices and advocate for and implement the SDGs. Think about a human rights-based approach, including and addressing issues of racism, discrimination, and avoiding discriminatory practices. I think that unfortunately, on the second point, things seem to go 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. We're still dealing with these issues, and we shouldn't be. But we know we have to continue to tackle it with active participation of the football community. It's really unfortunate when you see the racist actions that some fan groups take and some of the other things that happen in the world of football, and it's just ridiculous that we're still dealing with it. But we are, and it's not just in football, of course. It's the global community that has to deal with it. But it becomes amplified in football because of the attention that you all receive through the game and through the media and through other sources that are seeking to see what's happening in the world of football. Promoting equality and equity, certainly including gender, kind of first and foremost in the space. General Secretary referred to that. I was happy to see the slides that he had discussing this issue. That's very important. And I also love the AFC, the logo for the event last night. Had the men and women equally placed as part of that logo, which is really encouraging to see that equal opportunity for women in these spaces to play football. And then thinking about the grassroots movement, making sure that girls are involved, that girls are having equal opportunity as well to play as boys. And then finally, climate action. The climate crisis is existential. If anyone's paid any attention to the Secretary General recently, our Secretary General, Antonio Guterres recently, he is absolutely focused on the climate crisis and talks very eloquently and powerfully about the climate crisis and how it's going to impact every aspect of life on this planet, and that certainly includes sport. I'm sure that you're dealing with it here. I mean, weather events, flood events, drought events, all those things impact the ability to play these sports, this amazing, beautiful game of football. And it's only going to get worse unless we take significant and meaningful action on the climate crisis. Who can join? We intentionally made this a very inclusive initiative, so all of you, certainly, confederations, federations, and national associations are welcome to be part of it. You govern the game. We need the governing bodies to be part of what we're doing, or it's not going to be successful. You can drive the change we're talking about in the business practices and the way football operates in very, very positive ways. Leagues, clubs, and teams. That's critical because we know that fans, who we're all trying to reach, the billions of fans that follow football, they follow their leagues and their clubs that are at the local level. They want to see their teams succeed locally, but I think they'd also like to see their teams succeed locally using sustainable practices. Players' associations and organized fan groups. We do include them in the membership. FIFA Pro is a member, both at the global level and the regional level, and participates actively. They bring the voices of the players and what the players are thinking about, and of course they bring the voices of the players as well to talk about what's happening around sustainability. And the fan groups are important. If we can reach out to fans and talk to them directly about sustainability practices, we're going directly to the source of driving and motivating large numbers of people. Media and commercial partners. We know they're critical. If media partners come on board and participate in a meaningful and in broad way with what we're trying to do, then a lot more people are going to see what you're doing, but also what we're trying to do from the United Nations. We would love to bring them and have them participate. And then civil society organizations and foundations. And that's not any civil society organization or foundation. It's a civil society organization that primarily uses football to drive the change. They need to have that as their primary source of motivating young people, working with young people, educating young people as what's driving them. So we needed to be inclusive because we want to drive it top down from all of you at the governance level, taking that down through the sport. But we also wanted to make sure it was bottom up. Those organizations that are at the community level working directly with young people, working directly with their community leaders, because the SDGs, while this global agenda that came from the UN General Assembly, is actually going to happen if local entities take it up and drive the change. The change is going to happen locally, and that's why it's so important for these civil society organizations to be involved, because they're doing a lot of the work. And we also think it provides opportunities for direct partnership. As I said, we try and make this safe, convening space where everyone can talk about what they're doing and meet and exchange ideas. There could be opportunities for all of the MAs that are here to meet with organizations that are in your countries to take advantage of the groups that are already doing work there that you can work with to drive sustainability. How have we done? Currently, 311 members from 87 countries. We think that's quite good in the 2 years since we launched Football for the Goals. And it is a broad range. It covers all of those different kinds of entities that I talked about. There are media partners involved. There are member associations. All 6 confederations have come on board. And we have significant and powerful NGOs that we're working with as well that can be partners with you and work with. And again, we're really pleased that from the region here, Generation Amazing, the Qatar World Cup Legacy Project has been very active, and we work very closely with them on some of the partnering that they're doing around the world. I mentioned the 6 confederations. We're very pleased that all 6 have joined. AFC joined early, and I thank the General Secretary and his team for doing that, for driving the momentum that we had from when we launched it in July of 2022, and we launched it in July of 22 with UEFA at the Women's Euro in England. And we did that very intentionally with UEFA because we wanted to make sure we launched at a women's event to demonstrate that this was very much included gender equality as part of our goal. And so we were able to launch, if you go to the Football for the Goals website, which will be on the last page, you can see the launch video with UEFA President Shefrin and Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed, who I referenced earlier. And so we were very pleased because that did quickly get recognition and identify the fact that UEFA, at one of their premier events, was coming on board and talking about Football for the Goals as a way to drive positive change in football. And since then, UEFA joined, AFC joined quickly thereafter, CONMEBOL, CONCACAF, and OFC joined. We did some good work with OFC around the Women's World Cup in Australia and New Zealand, which was excellent, and so we're pleased. I know that someone from OFC is here. I haven't had an opportunity to speak with them yet. And then CAF joined about 2 months ago, and we're very pleased to sort of close the globe and have the entire world on board. And CAF has come on board very enthusiastically, and we're excited about that. And of course, I have to thank SAF and WAF for being the only 2 regional federations in the world to have come on board. So thanks to your leadership, and we hope we would get the other 3 to come on board as well. And then and the 42 national associations that we have from around the world. I should have had I'll confess I should have had a closer look probably at this slide to make sure that Jordan, Oman, and Bhutan were included within the member associations because they are all our members as well. So we thank all of the 3 of you for that membership, and we hope all of you will become part of the national associations that have joined. We also have 12 national leagues, and I reference the importance of having the leagues on board because that's where we know that the fans are. Beyond the national team matches, we know that day in, day out, week in, week out, the leagues provide the audiences for football, and so we have some very significant leagues, and then we have some less watched leagues, I guess, less prominent leagues, but we feel like we have some very solid action with those leagues and working very closely with them. Some are very closely aligned with their member associations, and that's worked well in some cases. Others, like Bundesliga, operate closely with the German association, but are not directly aligned, and they do things independently. The German association is also part of Football for the Goals. So it's an interesting when we're dynamic sometimes when we're trying to work with both the leagues and the associations. And on the gender side, we think it's critical that in the U.S., the National Women's Soccer League has become a very significant and active member of Football for the Goals, and the league has been incredibly successful within the last year of driving and building audience and getting a lot of eyeballs on women's football and football in general in the U.S., which I think is critical looking at 2026 when we have the mega event in the U.S., Mexico, and Canada coming our way. And so having success on this agenda in the U.S. is very important for us. And I particularly like it. I'm an American. I want the U.S. leagues and U.S. soccer and others to be on board in a significant way. And we have 40 professional clubs. Definitely some from the region, as you can see, from the AFC region, but from others from around the world. But to be honest, at the club level, we would like to do better. And if there's anything that all of you can do to help us drive club engagement and participation within Football for the Goals, we would certainly welcome that. About a third of the membership are civil society organizations. And again, we like the idea that civil society organizations are engaging because it gives you all an opportunity to identify those groups that are active in your country or in your region because they're ready to do the work. You don't have to go out and find them yourselves, although many of you, of course, probably know who those folks are that are doing work with football in your countries. But again, we hope that we can provide this opportunity for engagement through the platform that we're offering within Football for the Goals. Just a few of the members' SDG initiatives, that we've been able to identify and highlight. I mentioned Generation Amazing earlier. They're working very closely with in the CONCACAF, with the CONCACAF regional group, not just looking at the big member associations, the U.S., Mexico, Canada, for example. They're working very much in some of the smaller Central American and Caribbean countries where the sustainability is important, and working with those less well-resourced member associations is important. So we've been very encouraged by that. We really loved this Correct the Internet, which was around the Women's World Cup in Australia and New Zealand. A group of individuals in those countries decided that the internet needed to be fixed a little bit because if, for example, if you Googled who has scored the most international goals in history, you would get the name Cristiano Ronaldo. That probably wouldn't surprise anybody here, of course. But that's actually not correct. Christine Sinclair of Canada has actually scored the most international goals. So they worked to correct the internet so you could define it by men's or women's or just in general. So if you input the search who has scored without being gender specific, that you would get Christine Sinclair rather than Cristiano Ronaldo. And it wasn't just football he did it. They did it in all sports to make sports searches more gender neutral and more fair, really. And then the other issues, UEFA opened the Climate Fund for community-led carbon offsetting. In fact, one of my colleagues is speaking on a panel at a UEFA event on Friday that is going to look at how UEFA and Germany did in hosting the Euro this summer in terms of its sustainability record. So we're really encouraged by that. Not only are they looking at sustainability, but they're looking at how well they did, or not well. We assume it's going to go well because the initiatives were amazing. But they're going to launch that report on Friday, and we're very excited to see what that's all about and how well it went. And I know we'll hear from UEFA tomorrow, I think, around a different issue, but we're pleased with that. And another initiative that we have that's not listed on this page that we're very excited about is the Norwegian Football Association has actually started a foundation to support Football for the Goals. And while it's based in Norway, it has a very international advisory and executive board. And we have on the executive board from the group here, we have Datuk Seri Windsor-John, the General Secretary of AFC. And from Jordan, Samar Nasser is on the executive board. We have a young leader from India who's also on the board, Monica Kumari. And tomorrow we're going to hear from Ranzan Burlian, I hope I didn't butcher that too much, from Romania, who's also on that board, and I reference him because you'll hear from him tomorrow. And our advisory board, we have Nasser Al-Khoury from Generation Amazing in Qatar, and Moya Dodd from Australia, who I'm sure the Australian folks know Moya very well, and her influence in football in Australia. So we're very pleased with that because it's global support, and it's an advisory foundation because we're the UN. You know, we think we know a lot about football. We're all football fans, but we need to learn the business and how we can work with all of you better. And that foundation is helping us to do this and guiding us in the right way to do it so that we're not making mistakes and errors with how we're working with you and understanding your business better. What does a member of Football for the Goals get? We produce consistent newsletters and reports, so you see what's happening around sustainable development in football with your colleagues around the world, but also what's happening at the United Nations around sustainable development, including we have an SDG of the month, where we ask everyone to kind of put a focus on that particular one of the 17 SDGs. We have best practices and handbooks. That's a lot about learning from each other. As I said, we're not necessarily the experts about your business. You all are. You're the experts in your business. And we create a learning platform for those exchanges of ideas between all of you, all the members of Football for the Goals. Workshops, convenings, and events where we actually get together. All of these have been virtual so far. We're hoping to do one in person, hopefully sometime in 2025. We provide access to UN experts, and that's UN experts on issues, on specific issues, but that's experts in your countries as well. We have offices in basically every country in the world. And so when we have experts on these issues in every country in the world. So if you're looking to implement some strategies and policies and programs around this, we can connect you to the UN office in your country that has the expertise in doing that. And so that you have the support of the UN, but you can also work together to take it forward. And then networking at all levels of the football industry. Like I said, we convene, we bring it together, you learn from each other. And I just thought I'd give Neil a little bit of airtime. Neil Santamaria, who many of you will recognize from AFC. This is one of our convenings that we did virtually. This is, I believe, the first convening that we did once we got started. And in this case, we have AFC, OFC, CONMEBOL, UEFA represented here, as well as the Norwegian Football Association, FIFPro, and the rest of those folks are my colleagues. So you may recognize some of the folks, but my colleagues and myself, you probably wouldn't unless I was standing up here in front of you. And this is an example of some of the content that you can tailor and make your own. We would send you this content. Like I referenced the goal of the month. I haven't referenced our Act Now campaign, but that is another way, another campaign that we have that you can connect to and work with on making choices. That one happens to be about the climate crisis, but Act Now is about all the SDGs, and you can tailor that content. It's accessible to all the members. You could pull it up, and rather than have the photo of those two students at the United Nations, you could put players from your team, you could put your leadership, you can tailor it to work how it is, and it's ready-made content that you can pull from a Trello board, which is a technology that I am not expert at, but my colleagues are. And then how you can support. Please apply to be members of Football for the Goals. It's not a heavy lift. It's a very short application that you can send directly to Football for the Goals, and the website will come up in the next slide, I think. Identify potential members, in this case probably members, clubs, and the leagues within your countries. Amplify the content, messaging online and on social media. support member activities when relevant, be part of it, be active, join the meeting, join the convenings, talk to your colleagues about it, and then most importantly, as I've already emphasized several times, implement sustainability practices. And I would suggest doing that whether you're a member of Football for the Goals or not. I mean, in the General Secretary talking about change, driving change, sustainability is part of that change, and it's positive change, and it's going to be good for your businesses. And then, you all know this, but I thought it was important to emphasize it. There are large numbers of events coming up in this region, huge opportunities to talk about sustainability and implement sustainability, but you're a vast, vast confederation with the 47 member associations, and I believe it was FIFA President Infantino that referenced that it's over half the world represented within this confederation. One of our interns did the math and found out that it's 56% of the world precisely. I hope that's correct. But you have incredible power within this group to make positive change. And with that, I thank you all. I thank you all for giving me the opportunity to be here. It's been a true pleasure. I hope to sit down and have coffee with as many of you as I possibly can over the course of the next 3 days. But for now, I'm happy to take any questions that you might have for the group.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Robert. Your thoughts on football as driver of positive change are truly eye-opening. With that, we now have some time for questions. If you have any questions, please raise your hand and our colleagues will pass you the microphones. We have a hand raised over there.
Hi, thank you for the very informative presentation. We got to learn a lot. I just have a very simple question. We have talked about affiliation with the United Nations, especially with the SDGs. I just want to know that what is the process to approach? Does the UN approach the member associations, or do we have a right to approach in that regard? And the other question is, how closely do we get to work together with the UN, especially with the FIFA or including the confederations as well? Thank you.
Great. No, thank you. I was wondering could we put my last slide back up? Because it has all the contact information on it. But to answer the question, I mean, we're doing this. Myself and my colleagues are out talking to the football community as often as we can, and taking advantage of an opportunity like this, which I have to say, this has been a fantastic opportunity to be here with all of you. And so that's one way that we can begin the engagement. And being in person, it makes a vast difference as well to be able to see each other and talk to each other rather than just doing it virtually or by email. But this is the contact information. That's my email address. So if anybody wants to contact me directly, that's there. If you go footballforthegoals@un.org is our generic email address for Football for the Goals. So if you just want to ask a question, have a general inquiry, it won't come directly to me. It will come to our small team that works on Football for the Goals, but we'll be very responsive with that. And if you're looking to get to the application to be able to join Football for the Goals, and as I said, it's a very simple application to become part of the initiative. You go to that page, un.org/Football for the Goals, and you'll be directed to the application page. And basically, it's the name of the organization, and when it's member associations, I mean, we know those are legitimate organizations. We've had to have this application process, and some of the questions are there for the NGOs, because we have to make sure that all the entities we're working with are legitimate entities, and sometimes that can be tricky, so we ask some of those questions so that we can find out a bit more about every organization that's joining, and then we can do a little bit of background and check on it. But that's how to engage. You can also engage at the country level. I mean, as I said, our offices are there. There are experts in the space there. Our colleagues are incredibly supportive of this. They see it as a great opportunity to work in country, to drive change, and work particularly with young people on the issues around sustainability. And so that's the best way to do it. And so, as I said, in terms of operating, with all of you and with the confederations and talking to FIFA. I mean, I'll be honest. I mean, I talked with President Infantino briefly. We would love to bring FIFA on board and work with FIFA. We talk to FIFA all the time. It's not something that we're not engaged with. They have partnerships with UN entities, but not with the Secretariat itself, with the WHO. with the UN Office on Drugs and Crime, as well as UN Women. So we're working very closely with FIFA, and as I said, I talk to his team on a regular basis and see huge opportunity there. But we also know that we can work more closely into the ground as we go deeper. And that's what we're thinking about, trying to do to drive the change at community level. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Robert. I think we have another question over there.
Hello, Robert. Thank you for that. That was very informative. As somebody I'm from Pakistan, and when the SDGs came out, I was very excited and committed to the cause. But as you said, it's taken time. And then you started off by saying this is was the decade of actually getting it done, but it's already 40% over. So the question for you is, how much of them do you actually see being done by 2030? How much longer will it go? And the second part of this question is, how do people actually really commit to delivering these goals? Because I think it's good to talk about them, but I think some of these are very, very difficult to do in practice.
Yeah, no, two good questions. And I think that when we're all honest with each other at the UN or anybody that's following the SDGs, there's recognition that a lot of that agenda is not going to be achieved by 2030. As you said, we're 4 years into it, almost 5. It's not all going to get done by 2030 based on where we are and based on current practices. Those practices have to change, but even then, 2030 is probably not realistic. Right now, I can say, looking at the outcome document from the Summit of the Future that I referenced, the Pact for the Future, the focus of governments remains on achieving the SDGs to the extent possible. They want to keep a focus on the SDGs to make sure that we don't forget about them, basically, which is absolutely critical, and I completely agree with that notion. But I think as we go toward 2026, 2027, there will begin to, well, there already is talk, but there'll begin to be serious talk about what the post-2030 agenda looks like. Like, what is the next set of goals and ambitions going to be? For us at Football for the Goals, we hope they continue to call them goals, which would be very, very useful, because the very useful way of having the name Football for the Goals, and it impacts very well. But so that's a sense of what's happening. It's been unfortunate that we haven't done better. It really has. There's, as I said, many reasons for that. But we'll try to keep going, focus on the SDGs, and then see what comes next. And as I said, governments are starting conversations about that at the UN and otherwise. In terms of, I completely agree. Talking about it doesn't get us anywhere. We can keep talking about the SDGs. We can keep wearing the pins. We can keep wearing the T-shirts. It doesn't change anything if that's all we're doing. We have to make sure that we're implementing the practices behind the goals, and that's where our UN network comes in to help member associations and others look at what that implementation looks like. And I would like to emphasize, there are 17 goals. We're not asking everybody to do all of them. That's not realistic, that's not possible. We're asking you to do what you're doing, do what football does well, do what your own organization is focused on, because every country, every member association is going to have different needs. Again, as the General Secretary referenced in his comments, in this vast region, that's particularly true. So look at what you can do. We're not looking for people in organizations that are already well down the line on sustainability. We want that, and we want those because there are lessons to be learned from them. So we are very welcoming to those that are just at starting, this sustainability journey. And we know that some are just starting. I mean, we know that some are farther down the path, and there's the opportunity to learn from each other and the opportunity to learn from the network of UN experts that look at and work at these issues every day, because it has to be part of the culture and the business of the organizations to make it real and credible.
Thank you, Robert. We have one more question from the floor.
Hello, thank you very much for your insightful presentation. May I know what is the role of sports, and what is the expectation of the sports in the SDGs? And another thing is that how has the sports contributed to the sustainability?
What is, I didn't hear the first part. What is the role of
sports in SDG?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's significant, but it could be much more significant. You know, people follow sports. You know, whether it's football, football has by far the biggest audience globally. You know, we also talk to other sports. We haven't set up initiatives with other sports. You know, from New York, we often have meetings with the NBA and the National Basketball Players Association. You know, basketball is a prominent sport globally as well. But we chose football because football is the biggest. And we had lots of conversations with global football. Our colleagues at like UNICEF and UN Development Program and other parts of the UN system that we work closely with, you know, had goodwill ambassadors from football, had arrangements with football clubs to wear a UNICEF jersey and things like that. So we looked at it and said, okay, there's a familiarity here. Again, it has the largest number of viewers, has the biggest audience in the world, so we need to work with football. And so what we want to do is have football demonstrate what it's doing on sustainability, help football organizations tell their own stories about sustainability, because there's another term out there. There's greenwashing, but there's also something else called green hushing that has become a term, at least in the US to some degree. And that's where organizations don't want to talk about what they're doing on sustainability issues because they fear that they will be criticized for not doing enough. And so what we want to do is create the platform for the exchange, but also create a safe space where we help you tell your stories and promote the stories of football. So if we're putting out something on our UN website, on our Football for the Goals website, that's a story about a member organization, you know, doing great on education, or has implemented climate policies, or has hit gender equality targets, you know, or has an anti-poverty program in a community, we want to put that out there, and then, you know, maybe we would share the criticism for promoting it, but we would say, no, this is real. This is football doing good. It's doing what we all should be doing, and from the United Nations perspective, it's something that we should all be talking about. We should be, you know, we're not in the game, this game to shame organizations. We were like to fame organizations, to help you tell all the organizations tell your own stories. But then you have the audiences, you have the bigger audiences, we have the audience of the member states' governments and folks that pay attention to what the UN does, which maybe is a smaller audience, but it's a group that pays attention to the sustainability issues, and if you can drive, you know, them changing what they're thinking about how powerful football is in terms of the sustainability space and not just the sports space, I think we've achieved something. So I think that's the role that we can play together.
Thank you, Robert. I think we don't have, can we take the question? Yeah, please.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're so close together, we could just talk, but then nobody else would hear the question. You want to just jump up here and ask the question? Oh, that was impressive. Didn't even need to stop.
So thank you so much, Robert. My question is that we do have a lot of these programs, and this is a very impressive program that we have going on, especially to achieve the SDGs, which is so important for the globe. I just want to know, because a lot of times exercises are on paper, and whether that actually converts to reality, to actually convert to change. I know that in Bhutan we do carry out these exercises, but I don't know how effective we've been. You know, and we're just a very small country. We do have banners, we do get children to pass on messages of SDG, but whether that's brought about real change, whether the UN looking after this could actually carry out some sort of an exercise to see the effectiveness of this program and to see if there's changes that can actually be made to make this initiative actually work on the ground, so we actually achieving real SDG goals, not just on paper but in actuality. Thank you.
No, thank you for that question. And I think that's a challenge. I mean, at the UN, when there's change, like all organizations, we like to take credit for it, right? So say we made an advancement on this SDG or that SDG or that issue. But in many cases, you just don't know, what has actually made the change on the SDG statistics. But with the programs that you're talking about, working with young people, working with youth, those are driving change. I think that you can see it, and there are statistics that bear that out. I think I had a little preview of a conversation this afternoon. I think we're going to hear a little bit about that later this afternoon. But it takes commitment and it takes effort over time to get sustainability within the the culture of organizations, countries, the world, people, to make the long-term change. These are not easy issues, and they're going to take resources and time to achieve them. I hear different numbers, and the UN, there's a term, it's going to take billions to trillions of dollars to make the change and to reach the goals. But it happens at community level. And anything that football is doing at community level is making change because of the power of it and the way it can bring opportunity to young people and children, keep them in school. I heard a story recently from CAF, who, as I said, has come on board very actively about their football in schools program. And the statistics bore out that not only were the students becoming more interested in football and staying and playing football, but the numbers are even higher of the young people who stayed in school because they were playing football, because they had an opportunity to play football in school. They went to school. So I think that change is real, and it shouldn't be dismissed if the numbers aren't huge, because we all have to work with the capacities and resources we have. But I think if you can grow that, scale it, and then the change becomes numbers that you can talk about. But what we want to do is say, no, these things are happening in Bhutan. Bhutan is doing this, and then hopefully other organizations, NGOs will recognize the work that's being done in country and help and assist with bringing more resources to the table. I've had the opportunity to get to know the leadership from Football for All Vietnam over the last 6 months. Started as a very small project working with students in one community in Vietnam, and now it's expanded across the country, and maybe the association from Vietnam, I'm sure, has worked with Football for All Vietnam. But it was, as I said, these things can grow in scale if you have trusted partners to work with, and I think that's the most important thing that we think about as we're trying to achieve that. It's going to take partnership, engagement across sectors, building opportunity, creating relationships for those partnerships to grow and thrive. And for me, it's all meaningful. So I would think that what we would like to do is help tell those stories and demonstrate that it is making change.
Thank you very much, Robert, and thank you everyone for the great questions. Now we would like to invite the AFC Senior Vice President, Mr. Zhao Zhao, to the stage. Robert, please, for pen and presentation. Robert, on the right, please, on the left. Thank you very much, Mr. Zhao Zhao and Robert. You may take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for lunch. Lunch will be served at Park Ballroom on level 5 of this hotel. Our team will be around to assist you. Please again be reminded to return to the hall 10 minutes before 2 p.m. so we can start promptly. Enjoy your lunch, and we look forward to seeing you back soon.
The 18th edition of the AFC Asian Cup. 5 cities hosting 51 matches across the next. Great looking ball in, simple chance.
Control of it, and Jackson Irvine taking control of the game.
There's the opening goal for Japan of Takumi Minamino. It's looped in. An incredible incredible goal.
Hong Kong China level just 3 minutes after the break. It is the second round of group matches starting, and here is a group start.
And then Yaya, one real option, he's found that option. That is absolutely extraordinary play.
And Indonesia have the lead.
Into the area, placing it into the water corner.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a great lunch break. Now it's time to continue with our program. We are excited to bring to the stage our third speaker of the day, Mr. Tom Bayer, Director of T3 Group and a highly respected figure in global football development. Recognized by FIFA, the AFC, and the UEFA, Tom has contributed to football development worldwide and played a major role in advancing Japanese football. His expertise in youth development is highly sought after, and he's a well-known figure in Japan for his decades of work and media presence. Today, he will be speaking on the topic, creating a true football culture is key to sustainability and growing the game. Welcome, Tom. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. After a big lunch, I'd first like to start off by thanking the AFC, the President, the General Secretary, Vahid and his staff for inviting me and having the insight to actually invite me to this type of conference. I'm originally from New York City, believe it or not, but I made my way over to Japan in my early 20s, and I played before the J-League in the old Japan Football League. And when I retired from playing in 1988, I decided to stay connected to football and remained in Japan, and basically that was the start of my football coaching career. The title of the presentation, Creating a True Football Culture is Key to Sustainability and Growing the Game. At the end of the day, we've got 47 member associations, but in FIFA we've got 211. And out of that 211 countries, over a span of 94 years, 22 World Cup tournaments, on the men's side, only 8 countries have ever won a World Cup tournament. Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, Germany, Spain, France, Italy, and England. So I asked this question to myself of why is there only such a select group? And out of those 8, there's only a handful of serial repeat winners. So I started to think about that. Now my presentation, usually the first part of my presentation is introducing the work that I've done in Japan, but it would take me too long to actually do that. But the big question is, what is grassroots football? I believe it's the most misunderstood part of the game because it's viewed more as an obligation rather than an opportunity. And the biggest challenge that we have in implementing long-term strategies is getting the full buy-in from the leadership. And that's key. So what happens in most federations is their development is outsourced to experts, and with not as good a understanding of what the culture is. To me, what separates countries apart from other countries' football is their culture. And what is culture? That's when a group, a country, a nation, a family, whatever, shares the same beliefs and same values, and in football, we have that as well. So I love this picture because this is me back in 1990 on the left-hand side, and this little girl showed up at one of my events, Aya Miyama, perhaps one of the best women players to play here in AFC, 4-time AFC Player of the Year. And Aya on the right-hand side there with me wearing her medals. I didn't earn those, but she gave me the luxury of wearing that. So I've been very fortunate to see the journey between grassroots and national teams and see what kind of training do these players do while they're young. So in 1993, I had a vision for Japan. I wanted to introduce this concept of focusing on individual technical skill development. So I opened up a football school. And that one football school grew to 2, to 3, to 4, to 5, focusing exclusively on technical skills for individual players. Fast forward 31 years later, and there's 150 of those schools throughout the country. And I'm proud to say that a lot of our top players from our national team, including the last FIFA World Cup window, the starting 11, we had 5 of the field players had come from our schools. Now, that's not to say that that's the only, of course, part of their development, but as you're going to see from my presentation, the early start and what happens at grassroots is extremely important. So what I wanted to do was I wanted to create a movement in Japan centered around technical skill development. And at first, we did it kind of by trial and error, as you can see by this screen here. But now we can do it by design because we understand it. And look at these as kind of delivery mechanisms, using pop culture, schools and camps, online content, I've done over 2,000 events in Japan for 500,000 kids, coaches, and teachers. I was very fortunate to get casted on Japan's #1 TV show, born out of the Pokemon craze, and little did I know when I got casted on the show, I'd be wired into 5 million households per day for 14 years, delivering a 1-point lesson. So these are all culture things. Now, this is where I think is probably, when you look at grassroots football, when you can close the gap between the very best players and the least developed players, that's when your elite player pool explodes. Because the best way to make the best players better is by making the less developed players better. They're the ones that push them to become better. So if you look at Japan, and this will probably be my last slide to even talk about Japan, if you look at the gap between the best players that play in Europe and the ones that play in the J League, the gap is very tiny. And compared to my homeborn country of the United States, our American players who play in Europe and the players who play in the MLS, the gap is like the Pacific Ocean. So that's what we're hopefully trying to get to in countries. Now, I thought I knew a lot about football development until my own kids were born, and I had this epiphany. And because I'm a technical coach, the long story short, I took these little balls that you're looking at right here, and I put 2 or 3 balls in every room of my house. And from the time my boy would go to play with the ball, I discouraged kicking. And I encouraged him to pull the ball back, manipulate it, ball feeling, ball mastery, whatever you want to call it. And I started to see things that amazed me. And I started to document his development. And I saw that the home was serving as a supercharged environment for learning. So Football Starts Home really is to create football cultures in the home environment. And home doesn't mean just inside the home, that's parent, that's child, that's whoever the primary caretaker is, but especially also in countries where we don't have a strong, rich football culture. And it's to basically try to get kids exposed as early as possible with football. When you look at some of the great countries that develop the best players, they don't necessarily always have the best coaching, the best elite player pathways, or even the best facilities, but they have a culture in place that's conducive to developing players because their culture development starts way earlier than everybody else's, hence, it starts at home. So these are the little stars of my show, my 2 boys, Kaito on the left, he's 18 years old, and my little one who's 16. So they feature in my presentation. So what are the strong beliefs about this whole philosophy? Well, Football Starts at Home challenges this common belief that in order to develop top football players, it primarily happens at the elite level. And what we do is instead argue that it's the entry level, involving young children and their parents, where crucial development occurs. Now, this isn't to say that elite player development is not important. Of course it is. But when it comes to technical skill development, I'm going to show you, it happens much earlier than the football world expected. So I've been very fortunate. I've been invited around the world to show this exact same presentation, which is very important, because anytime you have something new, you have to put it in front of the experts. And they're either going to tell you and send you out the door, or they're going to put the arm around you and say, hey, well done. And I can just tell you that being invited into the boardroom of Ajax, carrying an American passport, is not that easy to do. So I've convinced all of these different groups, and so here we go. I say this is where it kind of goes wrong. The perceptions and the beliefs of what a little child can or cannot do with a ball at their feet. I'm trying to change that perception to this next one, right there. That's my son at the age of 5. Doesn't belong on a team yet. He hasn't crossed over that imaginary line that I call the entry level, but just look at him. You can see his posture, his balance, his eyes are up, he's right-footed, he's got the ball on his left foot, and I think most of us footballers in here, if you look at that picture, you can tell this kid can play. And he's become very, very, very confident. And finds the improvement in the success. It goes around and around. So I call it doing it wrong, and I believe that for the youngest kids, kicking probably shouldn't be the first technique that is taught. But unfortunately, a lot of parents go out and they buy a big ball, and then they go out to the park, and it's a kicking game, okay? So what I'm trying to do is change that to this. Now, what you're going to look at here is my son at the age of 2, okay? This is much bigger than a football program. What you're looking at is a 2-year-old developing the ability to pay attention, to focus, okay? Now, even deeper, there's a little neuroscience involved in this. A small child trying to control an object with their feet, that's a mental exercise. But the movement makes it a physical exercise. So here it goes. When you marry together, mind and body, thinking and feeling, and they become one. That allows the brain, the part of the brain responsible for ball mastery is called the cerebellum. It allows the cerebellum to create what we call a chemical signature of the experience, which is emotions. Emotions are the on-off switch for learning. But what brings this to life is a parent being present. Now, a little 2, 3, 4, 5-year-old doesn't go waltzing around an empty room. They're basically doing this to please the parent. They're looking for their attention, their approval, their praise. That's what creates that chemical electrical process, which is emotions. And even more so, this is being stored in what's called the non-declared memory in the brain. Non-declared makes it implicit. It's like riding a bicycle or driving a car. So he's literally hardwiring these movements into the brain to be used later in an automated, unconscious way. But what brings it to life is a parent being in the room. And I'm not talking about being on your iPhone or just being in the room. No, kids will see that you're not paying attention. So why the home? Because the home serves as a very safe, protective environment. And until I had my own kids, I hadn't realized how much time a little child spends indoors, and it's an enormous amount. This could be outdoors as well. But again, as I said, it's teaching parents how to be present. Teaching parents that their children are constantly seeking their attention, their approval, and their praise. What happens is, this is deep learning disguised as playtime. So when you look at Latin countries in particular, more often than not, you'll find that Latin parents, fathers in particular, will use football as a tool to bond with their kids. So they're getting an incredible head start. So when you make that emotional connection, that's where deep learning and long-term memory takes place. So here, it's more about falling in love with the ball. If you can teach a child how to play with a ball, then you'll be able to teach them how to play football. And that's what's happening, whether it's a Messi, Ronaldo, Iniesta, I've studied them all. They all fall in love with the ball first. And that facilitates a lifelong love of both playing and watching and just participating. So this is my son at 3 years of age. When the football world is saying that kids lack motor skills, they're clumsy, short attention span, and I can see my 2, 3-year-old, once they learn the basic building blocks of movement, that's when they can start experimenting with the more difficult movements, and this becomes implicit. This is creation right here. He's not kicking the ball around, checking it. He's hardwiring. The feet are the furthest distance from the brain, so we rarely have any opportunities to build the neural pathways. This repetition that builds it for us. So here he is at 4, and the reason I have all these videos is because usually my audience are parents. I'm trying to inspire parents into action and what the other byproducts are. So I'm showing them, okay, if you have a 2-year-old, a 3-year-old, a 4-year-old, or you have a 5-year-old, what does that look like? Because seeing is believing. And remember, he doesn't belong or she doesn't belong on a team yet. This falls in the context of families. Doesn't fall in the context of teams. So moving along here. So I say, and I challenge this, is that the golden age of skill acquisition happens much earlier than the football world supposed. And it can happen as early as 2 or 3 or 4. And I believe that it's those very strong football cultures that understand this. And they don't do it by design. It happens organically. It happens in a very natural way because of the culture that they have. But they're getting a tremendous head start at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5-year head start, which is huge, whether it's football, sports, or education in general. So it supercharges it. It accelerates learning. So this is a very interesting slide. I've been doing work this year. My main project was with the Philippine Football Federation. I'll tell you a real quick story, not to embarrass him because he's in the room, the president. So I had an introduction to him. I showed him the presentation remotely, and after this presentation, he said 2 things. He said, tell us how to do it, and when can you come? And I went a week later, spent 3 days with himself and with his whole staff, and convinced them. Now, this slide that you're looking at, maybe a lot of you at your levels don't see these types of slides. They fall in the technical or the coaching department. This is basically what the pathway usually looks like, the developmental pathway. The Philippine FA is the first federation in the world out of the 211 to actually include football starts at home. That's the missing piece of the puzzle. And who are we talking about? 17 million children in the Philippines. So imagine that you are influencing even 0.01% of these families. So I ask this question: how many kids do we have in our region, in the AFC? Here you go. 570 million kids. I'll make that go up and down. So imagine again, we have no programs. In fact, globally, no programs. And I believe that AFC can actually take the lead in football development. And you know, there's this monopoly of thought that the Europeans have a lot, and from my European friends I say the same thing, that they have a monopoly on football development. Well, I can tell you right now that I've got several big UEFA federations calling me already, asking about what is this program, and they're very interested in it. So we can change things. Enter in Dr. John Rady. I wrote a book in 2015 called Football Starts at Home, and I was just so fortunate. Dr. Rady, who is one of the foremost neuropsychiatrists in the world from Harvard Medical School, he's written a dozen bestsellers, contacted me, and he was very interested in the program. I showed him the presentation. He wasn't interested for the football component. He was interested in the other byproducts of being able to help develop cognitive, emotional, social, and physical skills. So Dr. Rady asked to read my manuscript of my book. I hadn't published it yet, and I sent it to him, and he wound up writing 14 pages for the book. So the amount of information and experience that we learned from having this neuroscientist come to us that has nothing to do with football, and here it is. The part of the brain that's responsible for ball mastery is called the cerebellum. That's the seat of the unconscious, subconscious mind. The cerebellum was thought to mainly be responsible for movement, balance, and rhythm. But here you go. The new neuroscience shows that the cerebellum is responsible for much more. It's responsible for thinking, for remembering, which is memory, decision-making, controlling emotions, and here we go. I say drum roll. Reading and mathematics. Remember that, because I'm going to come back to that again. This is what an actual neural pathway looks like. If you look all the way to the left-hand side, let's say that's the feet. If you look at the match size, that's the brain. We rarely have any opportunities to build that neural pathway. That little circular, it's called myelin. If any of you ever read the book called The Talent Code by Daniel Coyle, myelin is the protective sheath that protects the actual nerve fiber. Why is that important? Because the thicker the myelin, the more game intelligence and decision making. The process, it's more precise, it's at a high speed. Highly myelinated nerve fibers transfer information 100 times faster. So when you look at a Messi, you look at a Ronaldo, you look at these quick players that can play, they're not bringing these movements into their conscious awareness. It's happening automatically. Why? Because they are constantly firing and wiring that neural network, and they've hardwired it from the feet to the brain. Most other kids, when they start a little bit later, and there is a little bit of a window that closes at certain ages. Not to say that all kids can't improve, because they can, but 95% of a child's brain is developed by the age of 5 or 6 years old. Now, this is my first son, Kaito. Now, this is before going into organized play. He hasn't played on a team yet, but look at where he's starting from. Now, when you develop players like this, before they cross over the line into organized play, two things happen, two biases. They become the most popular kids on their team, and they usually become the leaders. Why? Because when the coach says 3 to a ball, 4 to a ball, they all look to see where the good kid is, so they run into that group. And when the coach wants someone to demonstrate, who do they ask? They ask the more advanced kid. Now, my son's getting an opportunity at the age of 6 to lead a pack of other 26-year-olds. And I don't think it's a coincidence. I've got 2 boys who play in Tokyo, 3 years apart. They both become their number 10s, which is the cool number when you're a kid, and they're both captains of their team. And it wasn't because they had some special DNA or lightning struck in a bottle. They had a father that was a technical coach that knew the importance of mastering the basics. So here it is right now. This is completely improvisation. He's creating. He probably couldn't do the exact same moves, but it's hardwired. So now this is his playtime. And where kids think that they own their own free will, their own time, their own fun. And the reality is that a majority of children who play football worldwide are technically poor. That's the reality of our sport. So going on to the next one. Now, let's see. And the reason I'm using my kids is because I can see, because I know what I know, because I've done it with my children. I've seen it. Now, let's see how he transfers the ball from one foot to the other. 1, 2. And for anybody who's always complaining about facilities around the world, this is what all Japanese kids play on, usually up until the age of 12. Dirt pitches. Okay? So now, look at this. You can see he's running in the red shirt and he's looking over the goalkeeper's release the ball. This is geometry. Why? Because it's a mathematical equation done at such complexity in a millisecond. He's measuring the distance, the speed, to figure out this, the trajectory, implicitly. So now he's a little older. So how does his ball mastery work out in a really tight space? Here he's 16 years old, he's playing for his youth team. He gets caught in kind of no man's land, but he outsmarts him because of the footwork. Gets around him, and then the last guy gets him. Then one last one. You can see how it's 1 versus 2. He doesn't go sideways, he doesn't go backwards, he's got confidence. So he drives right at the player and threads the needle right between both of them. Now, this isn't to say my son's going to go on to be the best player in the world, but the elite players are going to come from these types of players. And when you can close that gap between the best and the worst, that's where the magic happens. Okay, so here's how do you start out. This is a little boy, and in the left-hand bottom corner, you can see the father's knee. If I were to turn up the volume, you could hear what he's talking. This incorporates all of the benefits that come from this ball mastery between a child or a parent. Balance, agility, discipline, focus, concentration, literacy. Why literacy? Because the father is giving instruction and learning's taking place and he's doing what he's being asked. Numeracy, because he's counting as well. Bonding between a father or a mother and a son or a daughter. This is deliberate, intentional practice disguised as playtime. That's it. Teaching parents how to play with their children using a ball. How simple is that? Now, even in other places I work around the world, Australia, we do these little studies where we take families and we'll give them maybe a 15-week time. They don't own a ball, they haven't played football, and then we give them a couple of ball mastery exercises. This is day 1, week 1, and then cut away, and he's 5 years old. Cut away to week 15, and off he goes, okay? It's just he and his ball. He's not thinking about teammates, he's not thinking about coaches, he's not thinking about opponents or winning or losing. It's just he or she and their ball. That's it. So it's not just boys, it's girls. This is a father. Again, if I turn it up, you can hear the conversation. So they're going back and forth, and this is just so simple. And to think that these movements are so simple, and once they learn and become confident and you give them easily achievable tasks, this is where the magic happens. So this is a good one. In the Philippines, in the PFF Federation, we had a young girl who's working at the reception desk, and she had heard the presentation a few times. So she has a 3-year-old son. So she thought, well, let me go home and see if this works with my kids. So this is day number 1. You can see he can just barely make contact with the ball. Little balance. Okay, this is day number 1, and now 6 days later.
1,
now he's counting.
3, 4,
only 6
5,
days.
6, 7,
10 days.
8, 9.
You guys can turn it down if you can turn the volume down. Thanks. Yep. Okay, and then just to show you, within 14 days, how much more advanced movement can become just from starting out. And it's a little 3-year-old. Okay? So seeing is believing here. Okay, now, this is an example of little Aiden, whose family came to me when he was 3 years old. All I did was send him a couple of videos of my kids, and off they went. Again, this is playtime. Now, it's funny because the father's making a little doodling noise, and I call him kind of a master coach now because the father figured out that unless he engaged him and made some noise, the son would think that the father wasn't in the room, so he was engaging him. Now, this is Aiden 2 years later at 5, okay? That transition, and again, remember, doesn't belong on a team yet. So you imagine when he shows up to his first training, people are going to think, wow, lightning struck in a bottle. Yeah, because they never saw this silent practice. They never saw this playtime that was devised by, with a father or a mother or a grandfather or a grandmother or all of them. Okay, same boy. This is Aiden now at 9 years old, okay? And people might say, well, okay, that's really good inside the living room, the dining room, the backyard. How does he play? Okay, so we're going to show you here on the right-hand side, him playing in a full pressure situation where he intercepts the ball on the right, and boom, right, left, right, left. They're like teammates. One moves, the other follows. Yep. Okay. Again, fun playtime and bonding. This is from a program that I worked with the MLS club, the Houston Dynamo. where we studied a couple of hundred children. And I'm going to show you a little bit about the outcomes of that. But again, this is, and these are all families whose parents never played football, all of them that I'm highlighting here. So you just a little crane. This is playtime that you never get back. These are four little Filipino, three triplets and a brother that moved to the States several years ago, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter your DNA, it doesn't matter your passport, it doesn't matter as long as you understand what this philosophy and methodology is about. So now, this one is little Jocelyn, who's, I can tell you, and I've been in this game a long time, and I have lots of professional friends that play in national team as well. Very difficult to find players with this command of a ball at their feet. Right foot, left foot. Okay, so now you'll see how she transfers the isolated unopposed over to the futsal playing on the right, and here we go. Boom, 1, 2. So, I've also studied a lot of the players. This was something that Optus, which was the host broadcaster of the World Cup down in Australia in 2018, they came to me after seeing me speak at a conference, and they said, hey, can you link these players to this kind of philosophy? I said, sure can, because I had done it already. All of these players, the common denominator, they all started between the ages of 2 and 5, in around the home, and the role that the parents played, all of them. So, for me, I used to go around the world and focus on coaches' education, player education. For me now, it's all about the parents for me. Not all about it, but this is the missing piece that nobody has really understood. There's no federation. I've studied all of the national curriculums globally. Not one of them will mention 2 words, parent or family in them. Nothing. That doesn't exist. So the only time that a child, until they cross over that line into organized play, that's where the start line starts. But what I'm saying is that you can get a tremendous head start by basically positioning. So I work with a lot of different, I work with education ministries, I work with professional clubs, associations, federations, brands that, whoever can put us up on the highest mountain and shout down to the most amount of people, that's who I'm trying to partner with. And this was something I did a few years ago in China. Now, I can't sit on a stage anywhere in Asia and convince parents to put their kid in a football program based on football alone, because football is the world's game. But I can convince parents to put their kids in a program because I'm going to make your kids smarter, okay? They're going to be smarter, better memory, better focus, better concentration, everything. And I'm going to show you the data to back that up, the science. I remember I was invited to India and several years ago, and the organizers were worried. They said, well, listen, you know, Indians aren't really into football, they're into cricket. And I said, exactly, so don't promote it that way. We need a different message. We need to communicate different things. I said, promote it as if we're going to make your kids smarter. And this is what happened in the ballroom when I showed up. So it's parents. You can hire and fire the best coaches in the world, bring them to your country, but you can't hire and fire the parents. You're stuck with them. So until we start engaging parents and showing them what are the byproducts of playing football, that's much, much bigger and more motivating for parents to get involved. So here, just some pictures. This was a pilot program that I worked in a kindergarten where basically they would take these 10-minute breaks, and then when they got back to their seats, the teacher would find they were more focused, more concentration, less disciplinary problems, so we could see the impact. The brands love it. The brands love it. I've never worked with an intermediary agency. I walked into the boardroom invited by Volkswagen Group, the CEO, showed him this presentation, and boom, invested in it. Same thing with AIA Insurance, same thing. Because the brands want to connect with families, with parents. So usually what brands put into is festivals and camps and things like that, which are important, but this opens up a whole new door. It's something that they like to be involved in. Look at I don't speak this language, but look at the amount of concentration and focus on the kid's eyes and face looking at me, watching. Yeah, because they realize this is a Herculean task to try to control an object with your feet, so they're paying particular attention to the instruction that's being given to them. So imagine a program that can improve child's physical health, parent-child interaction, and cognitive functioning. Okay, well, that's what we have. So a program which has the ability to focus on low-income minority groups, which are the highest at risk, health and education disparities, cardiovascular disease, performance on standardized tests. So enter in Exhibit A. So I put this word in science because science is the pursuit and application of knowledge and understanding of the natural and social world following a systematic methodology based on evidence. So here I'm going to bring the receipts now of our research. So Stanford University came to me, and together with Professor Rady from Harvard Medical School, and we studied 80 little children, 5 years old, in remote villages in China. And all we did on the left-hand side is we gave a bunch of ball mastery exercises that took place at the school, but also took place at home. In the middle picture, that's them exercising at the school, and on the right-hand side, that's giving an orientation to the parents to show them, well, what's the philosophy, what's the method, what are the benefits? Okay. After the project was done, we asked the parents, did you find your children becoming more confident through this program? 87% say yes. Below that, does the child actually like playing with a ball at home? These are kids that never had a ball, they didn't play football. 93 or 4% say yes. Next question, would you like the school, the kindergarten, to continue this program? 81% yes, 18% if you want to. Save the best for last. Would you be willing, to the parents, to buy a football? 98.77% say yes. What does it say? You want to grow the game of football in your region, your federation, your state, your community? Engage with parents. Give them a philosophy, give them some components, give them a method on how to do it. Marry it together with a belief in an intended outcome of what it looks like, and they will react, and they'll react big time. Next, partnership with the Houston Dynamo Dash, that's their women's team, and the University of Houston. We took a couple of cohorts, a couple of hundred kids, and basically fell in line with what's called the NIH, which is very strict when you're doing research. And the rationale for the research was to see if we could improve physical health, parent-child interaction, cognitive functioning. Okay. Well, we focused in the States on mostly underserved community, Hispanic, Black, African American kids. They're the ones at the highest risk of health and education disparities, and also cardiometabolic disease, which is a fancy word for child obesity, which is everywhere in our world, unfortunately. And they also perform the worst on standardized tests. So what we did was we took a couple of hundred kids, each cohort. One group got the football starts home, ball mastery at home, and then a special physical education class. The other kids, nothing at home, and a regular physical education class. And we wanted to study, and we checked their test scores in English, math. We gave them cognitive tests, IQ tests, and physical tests. And then after the program was finished, basically the green line going from south to northeast, that was an improvement in numeracy by 5 percentage points. The kids who didn't participate, they actually got worse. And then when you break it down to gender, you can see on the left-hand side the trajectory. And the girls, and this is very remarkable, the girls always outperform the boys. So they seem to be receptive in almost everything that we've done, which means now we need to do a better job of creating these safe areas for girls and women to play, because they have tremendous cognitive benefit from the researchers. This is for literacy. Again, you can see the steep incline, or the rising of it. And you break it down to the gender, and the boys kind of flatlined it. And on the right-hand side, again, the girls went right through. Last one is that we hooked the children up to wearables to see how active or inactive they were, to see if we could impact that. Killed it on that as well. The kids who participated in the program had 20 minutes per week more activity than the other kids did, which has other implications. So what are we trying to do? Lead a movement throughout the AFC, which excites, inspires parents, reach as many parents as possible through communities and children, improve and develop their cognitive, emotional, social, and physical skills, parent-child bonding, redefine what physical education looks like, teach parents what development looks like. That's a major problem around the world. Most parents don't know what development looks like, so they become very frustrated, especially in some of the Western countries, but out here as well. They're spending a lot of time, and they don't see their kids improving. You can turn this up a little bit. So what we did in the Philippines was we basically focused on, they've got 35 regional football associations. I just came off a 33-city tour with the president, going around, building the advocacy for this program, building the awareness, and being with the presidents, the general secretaries, ensured that every time we showed up to a regional football association, the president was there, the general secretary was there, the technical director was there, and they led us almost always to the local government, state, or federal government. So this was so inclusive. And I saw the power that everybody in this room has compared to other people involved in the game when they take an interest and they believe that this is a game maker. So what we did was we created an online website that basically can be localized. Not me, it is on this one.
The football skills
but it's basically explaining. And it's given away free to everybody in the Philippines. So we go right through, and we talk to them what it's about.
Football starts at home mindset.
And it's a way to connect.
Pivotal points.
And
one is
this has been a big, huge hit. You can see right here, these are just little kids that we've used to film.
The second,
we focus on the parents, teachers, just anybody who's interested, because we want to create a new culture of development that understands the importance of ball mastery.
When you look at the best,
and obviously this would be creative
in
any of your countries or any of your communities to localize it. So imagine you using your star players, your retired players, your men's, your women's, to go out and reach and build and grow the game. We always talk about growing the game. Well, how do we actually do that?
Deep learning.
Well, this is one way. So this is a little bit of the content here.
Is a parent's understanding.
Yeah, so again, going through all of the buzzwords, we built a little vocabulary around it as well. Entry level, ball mastery, child-parent interaction.
Now this isn't going to happen so much.
We can basically inspire parents and give them some resources that they can go to. And this is a whole new revenue stream for your federation that you can go to. Because trust me, brands would love to be involved in something like this.
Environment where kids can learn, they can have.
Okay, so this is what the top page looks like when you land on it. You notice it doesn't say football, it says no, teach your child to fall in love with the ball. All kids can benefit from this regardless of what sport they play, okay? Footwork. Getting started, the A to Z, how you can do it. Learning ball mastery. 4 basic movements. This is the map. I've been to every single one of those, visiting. It took 30 days to do, but we did it. And again, massive impact doing it. And then just another short little clip. This is a little bit of highlight of what it looked like. Football starts at home. Basically, we held these events and basically brought the local RFA regional football associations, key stakeholders, educators, government officials, grassroots coaches, parents, all came out. And then we basically created this content. We're demonstrating basically and showing exactly what are these different movements that they can engage in. That's the president coming out. So the point, I guess, is that grassroots football has always been viewed as this kind of obligation rather than the opportunity. And I can imagine going to anybody, all of the distinguished guests here, presidents and general secretaries, going to your community and having you go around to all of your regional, local associations and showing the commitment to a program like this that has incredible benefits in the long run. So this is another one, last one video part. I don't know if any of you know Rene Mullenstein. He's probably regarded as one of the best technical coaches in the world who was at Manchester United. They could probably use him now because they're not doing so well these days, but he was Sir Alex Ferguson's first team coach. And he's a specialist in technical skills. And what Rene's saying is...
Hi, I'm Rene Mullenstein, former skills development coach and first team coach at Manchester United. And I'm here to support Tom Bayer with his program, Football Starts at Home. I honestly believe that this is the missing piece of the puzzle. As a matter of fact, without this piece, there is no puzzle.
So getting, the endorsement of someone of such as Rene's experience was very humbling because he's really regarded as one of the best. This is an illustration, the culture piece. I think it outweighs everything. And, we get too caught up on maybe some of the things that you see behind that, and this is what kind of happens. The next slide, the culture piece with the feather and the boulders. Now, it's not to say that the finances, the coach's education, curriculums, imported experts, facilities aren't important. Of course they are. But a strategy in the absence of culture, it doesn't get you far. So I'll leave you with one little story, and I'm coming up on my 5 minutes here. It's a story that really kind of, I think, is a metaphor. And that is that there's an old man, beggar, sitting on the side of the road on a box. And a passerby walks by, And the old man screams to him, he says, "Hey, can you spare some change for an old man?" He puts his hat out. So the passerby says, "I've got no money, but what's that box that you're sitting on?" He says, "I don't know, I've been sitting on it for 30 years. So the passerby helped him, and they opened the box, and boom, there was a pot of gold. My metaphor is that we've got 570 million kids under the age of 6. That's our pot of gold. That's our treasure. And if we understand better how we can engage with parents and teachers and leaders and understand that the football world hasn't caught up to what science knows already, and that is that technical skill acquisition happens at a much, much earlier age. So thank you very much for paying attention after that big, long break. So thank you. And if we have any questions.
Thank you very much, Tom. Your presentation has given us a lot to think about and act on. Please remain on the stage, and with that, we now have some time for questions. If anyone would like to ask their questions, please raise your hand. We have a hand raised.
Thanks, Tom. As someone who's trained in physical education and now in sports administration, I find this very exciting. I just wanted to ask, I know that the program is really focused on individual technical development at a very young age, but does that translate eventually into something that becomes towards a team, from the home to the community, from the individual cognitive development towards a more social development? And also on a secondary one, I just wanted to know, within the program, are there kind of like instructions to parents on what to look out for, reviews, etc.? Thank you.
Sure. The first question, absolutely. The benefits is that your starting line has been moved forward so much. When you've got a child who shows up to their first training session at the age of 6, already it's a little bit awkward socializing with other kids. But when kids have that self-belief, that confidence to cross over that line, technical skills are the DNA of a player. You want to see how good a player is, put them in a 1 versus 1. Without that technical skills, it's difficult to build the other parts of the different components of football. And that's it. It's a hit or a miss. Some kids, of course, develop, but a lot of it isn't by design. It's by hit or miss. And that's why, again, we go back to 8 countries, 94 years of World Cup. Same countries are the repeaters. The Copa America, Argentina, the Euro, Spain, they're World Cup winners. And they're the real strong football cultures. But I think it can be replicated in the country. Then your last question was? Yeah, so, yeah, for example, this presentation that I just did for you all would be, it's different than what I would talk to parents about. It would be much more parenting orientated. And then also creating any kind of support materials, it's all in there. If you even go to that website, it'll give you a good example. It's A to Z on how to implement and start it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have other questions for Tom?
Easy group.
Okay.
Oh, wait, we have a couple here. Here we go.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It was very impressive. My question is, can we implement the same development grassroots plan for futsal as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Because remember, we're focusing on children before they enter into organized play. So everybody's going to benefit. So a 5 or 6-year-old is going to benefit from learning, because what happens is, because football is such a technical sport, unfortunately, it takes a ridiculous amount of practice to become good. So, but once a child learns the basic building blocks, that's when they start experimenting with the more difficult, complex movements. What happens in most places around the world, kids join a team, they hit a wall, and you have this massive drop-off rate of kids. So yeah, futsal, of course, that would be beneficial. Yes?
And
Yes,
we
sir.
have another question.
Tom, that was brilliant.
Thank you.
As somebody who had a son who's played in home, I can understand sort of what relevance this has, but I also know that he couldn't translate it, like you said. Outside, he got very frustrated. My only question is, will you be willing to come to Pakistan? That's actually the question, because I'm sold.
It's funny you say that, because I just had a 1-hour conversation 2 nights ago with your national team head coach, Stephen Constantine. So football has no boundaries. Has no boundaries, so sure. Be careful what you wish for. I might come. Yes. Yes. Anybody else?
If we don't have further questions, that concludes the Q&A session. Tom, please remain on the stage.
Okay, can you take this?
Yeah, sure. Please remain on the stage, and we would now like to invite FIFA Council Member Mr. Kozo Tashima to the stage for pennant presentation. Thank you, Mr. Tashima and Tom. You may take your seats. As we continue our program, it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Chon Han-jin, the General Secretary of Korea Football Association. Today, Mr. Han-jin will be sharing insights on KFA, the next big steps, bridging the past and future. Mr. Han-jin, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, esteemed guests, my colleagues, but most importantly, the leaders of Asian football. We're missing a few, but we're very happy to be here, and I'm sure my president is here with me now to support me through this presentation. So also all the member association presidents and general secretaries, welcome once again to Korea, and for most of you, I think welcome back to Korea. So, as introduced, I'm Han-jin, and I've been General Secretary of KFA since 2017. Yes, already 6 years more has passed. And I'm also proud to serve East Asian Football Federation as one of the vice presidents. And also, I serve as a member of the AFC Competitions Committee. I first joined KFA in 1997. So that was more than 27 years ago, if you can believe it. Still standing. And it's my honor to finally stand in front of you, all the such esteemed gathering of football's leadership at this year's AFC conference. As a proud member association of the AFC, and on behalf of KFA, I'm reminded of the universal passion we share for the beautiful game and its power to unite people across diverse cultures. Today, I will share insights from the journey of the Korea Football Association. Our story is one of embracing heritage while innovating for the future in a rapidly changing environment that surrounds us, which was also mentioned earlier by the AFC General Secretary as well. Our presentation titled KFA, The Next Big Steps, Bridging the Past and Future, seeks not just to highlight our milestones, but to explore the lessons we've learned and the paths we foresee in the evolving landscape of football. We cannot discuss modern Korean football without the 2002 FIFA World Cup, in which we co-hosted for the first time in history with Japan. The 2002 FIFA World Cup, where Korea reaching the semi-finals, marked a transformative moment for our football. Hosting this prestigious tournament enabled us to upgrade our infrastructure, to say the least, from building new stadiums to enhancing training facilities, ultimately changing the football environment in Korea forever. It also significantly boosted football's popularity within Korea, creating a lasting impact on our youth development programs and inspiring countless young players to pursue the sport. Since then, we have continued to build on this momentum for both men's and women's, from youth to A national teams. Korea has now participated in the World Cup for 10 consecutive tournaments, reaching the round of 16 in both 2010 and 2022. At the AFC level, we have multiple key achievements, including winning the AFC Under-23 Championship in 2020, along with several Under-19 and Under-16 men's and women's championships in the past. Furthermore, we have also demonstrated strength at FIFA Youth World Cups, especially reaching second place at the 2019 FIFA Under-20 World Cup. These achievements across all age levels showcase not only our past successes, but also lay a strong foundation as we look toward the future of Korean football. Hosting international events such as the FIFA Under-20 World Cup in 2017 offered valuable experiences for the KFA. By hosting the tournament, Korea became the third country in the world, after Mexico and Japan, to host all 4 of FIFA's major men's tournaments. The 2017 Under-20 World Cup was a financially successful one for us. We utilized existing stadiums, minimizing the need for new construction, and secured local sponsorships that helped turn a profit. This surplus has been allocated to fund the construction of our new National Football Center, which I will explain later in the presentation. Attendance and viewership surpassed expectations, making it one of the most watched sports events of the year in Korea. These experiences have strengthened our organizational capabilities and provided us with essential learnings as we continue to grow and enhance our football infrastructure. As we continue our journey through the evolving landscape of international football, we encounter significant changes in how major international competitions are organized. Traditionally, local organizing committees, or LOCs, played a central role in hosting, requiring collaboration among the host country's football association, local governments, and various public entities. For example, during both the 2002 FIFA World Cup and the 2017 FIFA Under-20 World Cup, Korea successfully set up LOCs that coordinated closely with KFA, regional governments, and key stakeholders in alignment with national laws to deliver these tournaments. However, as global football evolves, hosting standards are rising, and both AFC and FIFA are introducing new approaches. While AFC continues to raise its requirements for key tournaments, pushing for better facilities, stronger infrastructure, and higher organizational standards, FIFA's new venture model goes a little further, centralizing control under a corporate entity where FIFA holds the majority of decision-making power. This model seeks to streamline operations, ensure better coordination, and maximize profitability, which in turn benefits the sport by fostering higher standards and more professional event management. This evolution in tournament management is a positive step forward. However, it also presents unique challenges for countries like Korea, where current national laws are still structured around the traditional LOC model. The venture approach requires us to update our legal and regulatory frameworks to align with this shift and fully take advantage of the opportunities it brings. Furthermore, these raised requirements demand much more action and preparation to meet the new standards.
especially in areas such as infrastructure, financial planning, and collaboration with various stakeholders. By embracing these changes, we aim to secure new opportunities and long-term bids for Korean football, ensuring that we remain competitive in hosting future AFC and FIFA events. As we observe the ongoing transformations in world football, we are fully aware that these changes impact us directly here in Korea. We are not an exception to the global trends reshaping how football is consumed, experienced, and marketed. First, the media environment is rapidly evolving, with traditional broadcasting channels no longer the sole players. In Korea, new digital platforms like OTT services are taking a prominent role in sports broadcasting, offering on-demand services that meet the shifting viewing patterns of today's fans. Alongside this, the rise of short-form content highlights a growing need for adaptable and engaging content to match these trends. Second, our fan base is shifting as well, with young women now representing over half of live stadium attendees in Korea. This highlights the need for new fan engagement programs to connect with a diverse audience. To ensure growth and sustainability, we are focused on expanding our marketing assets, developing intellectual property, visual content, and a broader digital presence will enable us to meet future business demands. By enhancing KFA's ownership of its marketing assets, we not only build revenue opportunities, but also prepare for a self-reliant future in Korean football. Brings us back to our theme today, bridging the past and the future. Reminds us that while our history is full of proud achievements, we must also look ahead and adapt to face the challenges of tomorrow. The lessons we've learned and the strategies we are developing will help us navigate this changing environment, ensuring Korean football remains resilient and competitive on the world stage. As part of our long-term strategy, KFA introduced Vision Hat-Trick 2033, which outlines our goals for the future. At the core of this vision is our value system, which is designed to guide us forward. Our mission is simple but meaningful. Happy Korea together with football. This represents more than just success on the field. It's about football's power to bring happiness and unity to the people of Korea. This mission is supported by three core pillars: representation, responsibility, and development. These values direct our efforts to enhance the competitiveness of our national teams and ensure accountability and foster future talent. We have established clear objectives to be reviewed every 4 years, aligned with the FIFA World Cup cycle, to measure our progress in achieving these goals. As we continue to strengthen our organization values and vision, it became essential to also solidify our technical philosophy, the foundation of how we develop and play football in Korea. In 2024, early this year, the Korea Football Association launched the Made in Korea MIK initiative, a declaration of commitment to developing a unique and authentic future for Korean football. The goal is to ensure that the full potential of Korean talent is realized, earning the global recognition it deserves, much like other made in Korea products and cultural exports renowned for their quality and distinction, such as K-pop and K-drama. MIK also serves as a platform to align the direction of Korean football and foster collaboration among all stakeholders. By doing so, the emergence of future Taeguk warriors will not be left to chance, but will be the inevitable result of a well-structured system and dedicated support from the KFA. Our technical philosophy gives us a clear direction for developing Korean football talent. However, ensuring the sustainability of this vision also requires a solid foundation of self-reliance and adaptability, especially in financial and operational areas. As the football industry continues to evolve, KFA is committed to strengthening self-reliance and preparing for the future without overly depending on external funding sources. To drive growth and resilience, we have implemented 3 core strategic directions. Our first goal is to secure reliable long-term financial support. This includes signing 10-year sponsorship contracts with major global brands like Nike, alongside Korea's top companies. These agreements are not only KFA's longest and largest, but also position us near the revenue levels of mainstream European markets. In the media sector, we are finalizing a broadcasting contract offering a 3-fold increase in fees compared to previous deals. By challenging the traditional broadcasting monopolies, we've introduced competition to the football broadcasting market. Our work to facilitate entry for new broadcasters, especially those without in-house production, also enables us to diversify through OTT platforms and digital media collaborations. To address changing media and fan consumption patterns, KFA has strengthened ownership over video content assets. Similar to FIFA Plus, we've built a comprehensive data center during the pandemic to manage, organize, and leverage our existing match footage and content library. Starting later this year, we will be producing our own match broadcasts across all national leagues, thereby maximizing our ownership and copyrights over these assets. Additionally, we've recently developed new marketing assets, including the refreshed KFA emblem and our mascot team, Becco and Friends. Becco means white tiger. These new assets will allow us to meet consumer demand with expanded merchandising options, creating fresh revenue channels. Recognizing the importance of continuous fan engagement, we launched PlayKFA.com 3 years ago, now nearing 1 million members, to manage ticket sales, online merchandising, and targeted promotions. Our expanded social media team supports year-round interactions, leading to a 97% average stadium fill rate for men's A national matches, with tickets often selling out within an hour of the release, regardless of the so-called popularity of the opposing team. As we continue expanding our self-reliance and strengthening our foundation, the next step is to create infrastructure that will support Korean football for generations to come. This brings us to one of the most exciting projects currently underway, the construction of the Korean National Football Center. This center represents our vision for the next 100 years of Korean football, where we aim to nurture future talent and build a stronger foundation for continued success. This is a mega project, and we are receiving assistance and support from relevant ministries and local government authorities. But additionally, we are utilizing FIFA 4 development project funds, which I know many of our fellow member associations are also leveraging for their own development initiatives. Located in Cheonan, central part of Korea, this new center will span an impressive 478,000 square meters. It is designed to feature state-of-the-art facilities, including 11 pitches, 7 natural and 4 artificial, player accommodations, seminar rooms, and an auditorium. Among the 11 pitches, an outdoor stadium with 4,000 seats and an indoor pitch are also included, making the center perfect venue for international competitions such as youth tournaments or regional qualifiers. The facility will also include a performance center within the stadium to assist players with strength training and rehabilitation. We are also working closely with Cheonan City to include public-friendly facilities within the center. I want to show you a short video promoting the new football center. We are looking forward to seeing this facility support the growth and development of football in Korea, and it will play an integral part in our future plans. But at the same time, with this one-stop venue, we aim to host many youth-level AFC competitions and look forward to welcoming our fellow member associations to utilize and benefit from this state-of-the-art infrastructure for the development of Asian football. As we reflect on our proud football history, we recognize that the future presents both exciting opportunities and formidable challenges. The journey ahead requires us to not only preserve the successes of the past, but also apply the lessons we've learned to actively innovate and adapt to the evolving landscape of football. The new Korea National Football Center is a testament to our commitment to nurturing talent and enhancing our competitive edge. By establishing a clear vision through our value system and technical philosophy, we are setting the stage for a brighter future. We'll bridge the gap between our glorious past, the lessons learned, and an ambitious future, ensuring that Korean football continues to thrive and inspire generations to come. As we take these next big steps, I would like to express my eagerness to work closely and collaborate with all of you throughout this journey. Together, as great organizations, we can elevate football in Asia and make a lasting impact on the world stage. Thank you for listening to my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Han-jin, for sharing such valuable insights with us. Please remain on the stage, and we would now like to invite the audience to ask any questions they may have. Oh, we have a hand raised over there.
Thank you very much
Maximov,
for your...
yes.
Yes, I was Maximov from Uzbekistan. Thank you very much for your very good presentation. But my question is not according for your presentation about women's, because your women's national teams, one of the best in Asia and also in world. Please tell us about the women's when and where start plays all girls in your country.
Okay, thank you for the question. And to be honest, and I have to be honest, your praise was too high for our current situation with women's football. It is true we have achieved a lot of success in the past, but as I mentioned in my presentation, football overall is evolving very fast, and not only off the pitch, but on the pitch as well, as you can all imagine. So we have a lot of homework to do, especially in the women's area, where it might sound like an excuse, but and also I'm embarrassed to say that in Korea, the population rate is dropping rapidly, and especially it's impacting the women's football development as well, because of such a huge reduction in number of kids being born, either boy or girl. Especially for the girls, there's a difficulty to attract football and to come out and play football, because also there is like a very conservative mindset at play as well among the parents. So as Tom explained to us and emphasized the importance of the starting at home, it touched me very much today, your presentation. Actually, I couldn't focus on my presentation because I was listening to your presentation. And I realized that what we tried to do before, to have a strong structure and put the girls and boys in that structure to develop football, I think that's, in a way, more old-fashioned style. So now, I think, in these changing environments with the population problem as well, I think it's best to introduce football to girls when they're babies, so that they can play with the ball and just enjoy and be part of the ball, so that we don't need to force or anybody to, we don't even need to make the promotion to join the team. When they grow up with the ball, they will automatically want to ask their parents to join. So I will go back to KFA after these conferences and now focus on the parents, as Tom taught us today, that we have to focus on the parents to explain to them the importance of engagement and just loving football, not as to become elite football pathway. I hope that answers the question.
Mr. Hanjun, we have one more question from the floor.
Mr. Gambatar, yes, please.
So thank you for your insightful presentation. Korean football looks as promising as always. I have 9 questions from our delegation sent to my phone. 9 is too much. Therefore, I put that just 2 questions. First one is from our delegation about the player development. How does Korea's youth football structure support the transition from grassroots to professional levels? And are there any key areas identified for improvement? Number 1. Second is my question. I saw that
if you don't mind, can I answer the first question first? Okay. For the youth, I think we have a quite strong structure for elite football development, where we scout for talent and we encourage young boys in the grassroots level to play football, small-sided football throughout the Korea different regions, and we send out our regional coaches to monitor and assess the young boys and girls developing. And then we have 2 big sessions every year where they select the players from each region who they have been monitoring, and then they invite them to KFA, and we open a clinic, or let's say a test clinic monitoring program called Golden Age program, where we keep, for the lack of better expression, tabs on them, and then regularly we call them up, and then there's always a chance for new players to come up, and then some players who either find another direction, they go out. So it's a fluid system where we go back and forth, and then as the ages go up, when we first face the official competitions, they are selected from that big pool of Golden Age program players, and then that goes all the way up to the senior level in that big pathway. And it was already implemented for many years, but as I mentioned today before, that this year we made it more on paper, because everyone had their own knowledges of how to develop youth players, but then until now we never had a written, structured program to distribute to everybody, all the coaches in Korea. So it's a MIK. We named it MIK, Made in Korea program, where it teaches how to develop and train and what to focus on from the very young age to different age levels. But this program is focused on elite football once they enter that pathway. Yes, and the second question, please.
So second is my question. I saw that is the Paju pitch, right? Paju campus. In the presentation, I watched the Paju campus, right?
No,
it was a different one.
This is a new football center which will be built in the middle part of Korea. It's called Cheonan.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you know, a few years ago, our team visited to Paju campus.
That was our former,
thanks to KFA.
Yeah.
And my question is, who is there responsible for expense for that? Government
Okay.
helps KFA or not?
Okay, for us, until last year, we used the National Football Center, which was located in Paju near the DMZ, and it's owned by the city of Paju. And we leased the land for all these years since 2001 until last year, and our lease contract was finished. So several years ago, we started a project to build our own KFA-owned National Football Center, where we don't have to worry about giving back the land or any negotiations with the government or local cities, whatever, so that we can focus only on football for at least the next 100 years. Of course, more than 100 years, but yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ranjin. We have another question from the floor.
Hanjin, thank
yes,
you
hi.
for the
Hi.
very impressive presentation on your next
Thank you.
big step. With every big step that we take, there are big risks involved. So my question is really, what are the big risks that the KFA have identified, and what are the steps taken to mitigate these big risks that you have identified for this project? Thank you.
For this project of building a new football center, right?
I mean, generally for the big steps you're taking, I mean, not just confined
I
to
understand.
the building.
Okay. As explained in my presentation, there are several projects, some in line with our past pathways, but also some projects are very new, especially with the broadcasting, and we are causing a little bit of commotion sometimes because when you go one way for so long and then you try to change that into another direction, the people who were involved get a little bit upset. So we have to deal with that as well. The former broadcasters or, as I said, the football pitch owners or all these people who are involved. But there are always at least two ways we have to approach them, which is communication. And sometimes we think we are very good at communication, but we are football people, so we talk football language, and it makes whatever we say makes sense to us. But when we try to explain this to local governments or local TV stations or whatever, they talk in their own language. So we are talking both Korean, but we are not understanding each other. So we have realized that, and we try to find a language that they can understand, so that it's something similar to what also Tom was saying. If we keep on telling them that we're doing this for the good of Korea, they will not understand. You will benefit from this and this also in the end, so we benefit together. Then they're interested. So we have to find ways to make sure that we don't only give them numbers, but we try to understand them and use their own language to explain what we're trying to change and what we're trying to build. And for one example, right now, this is more, I think, relates to all the general secretaries, because you all deal with personnel in your FAs. So we're moving, as I said, this new football center will have a KFA headquarters as well. So that means, automatically you can guess, most of the staff have to move down to the middle part of Korea. So we're still working on it. There are, of course, pros and cons about this concept. So there are different ways of making everybody happy. If we just go, let's say, my own direction, I said, no, this is the association. If you want to work, you have to move. I cannot do that, because then it's not the time and the era to do that. So we have to find alternatives, which means we find like like satellite offices in Seoul, maybe 1 or 2, also near the National Olympic Committee Center, so that we can have people like agilely moving around depending on what kind of meetings you have, what kind of work you have for that week, so that you can work on one area 1 week, one area another week, so that it can be flexible. So this way, the staff are finding it more comfort in the whole center moving down to the middle. So communication and compromise.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We have another question from the floor.
Yes, one, two.
Hi, Hanjin. Well-presented presentation. My question is, in your presentation, you started off with World Cup 2002 as being one of the great things that you all have done that boosted, I think, the Korean football with a lot of development. But after that, in your presentation, I did not see any plan for you to host future World Cup. Is that in your presentation plan in future?
Yes. Thank you for the question. I think, including myself, every Korean wants to host another big event. Asian Cup, World Cup, any big event, we'd love to host. But as explained already in the presentation, and I think I need to work closely together with all my colleagues in resolving this issue, because now the bar is very high, very, very high, and only a handful of countries in the world can accommodate such high standards. I'm not criticizing those countries who can afford and to accommodate, but also for the rest of us, we need to find a way. Let's say we have eight Asian nations hosting Asian Cup or World Cup or something like co-hosting, something like this. We have to make a compromise. But to answer your question, yes, we definitely want to host.
Thank you. Do we have other questions from the floor? If not, that concludes the Q&A session. Thank you, Mr. Hanjin.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Hanjin,
Thank
please
you.
remain on the stage. Please remain on the stage, and we would now like to invite AFC Vice President Mr. Gambatar Amgalanbatar to the stage for pennant presentation, please. Mr. Hanjin, please. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Gambatar and Mr. Hanjin. Before we move on to the final presentation of the day, we will be taking a short break and resume at 4 p.m. Please again be reminded to return to the hall 5 minutes before so we can start promptly. Thank you.
Asian Cup, 5 cities hosting 51 matches across the next. Great looking ball in, simple chance, control of it, and Jackson Irvine taking control of the game.
For Japan, Takumi Minamino. It's looped in. An incredible goal.
Hong Kong, China level, just 3 minutes after the break. It is the second round of group matches starting, and here is the group start.
Ahmed Yahya, one real option, he's found that option! That is absolutely extraordinary play!
And Indonesia have the lead. Into the area, placing it into the bottom corner, and Iran have got the opening goal.
Ali Madan! 5 minutes into injury time!
Oman have the lead. And the debutants have won. To that wide, he's still got players on. But Faisal turns the ball in. The chance looks to have gone for Malaysia. Lebanon first attack in the second half. Brilliant stuff. A quality finish. chipped into the net, and the dream of a tournament is still alive.
The first semi-final from the magnificent Ahmed bin Ali Stadium. It's a superb finish for the Hassan El match. Korea punished for giving it away.
Akram Afif again cutting inside. Akram Afif. This is the final of the AFC. And Akram Afif is a hat-trick hero for Qatar. And Qatar are the AFC Asian Cup champions 2023.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. Thanks for joining us here, everybody. It's a great pleasure to see so many of you.
I joined the club of football. It's your job. International football is enjoyed and it's a privilege and an honor.
16 top teams from across the continent of Asia have arrived in Qatar with one shared desire: to lift the AFC U-23 Asian Cup 2024.
Both sides will be determined to claim victory in their opener in the group of death.
And it's driven in! A fantastic effort, what a hit that is! Goalkeeper stands up tall to tip it over the bar. A good save, but it's a warning shot.
And the ball finally does hit the back of the net.
Singing it through here, and Wittan bends it into that far corner. It's a scintillating move. It's football of the highest quality.
Again, applying the finishing touch to a lovely move. He's gifted the ball. He's got too much space, and he rifles it home. Therefore, Buki Yamada, what a finish! Kokubo making himself a hero. A brilliant result in a really tight game, settled. Unbelievable drama at the end of this final. Japan are the AFC U-23 Asian Cup winners.
This is the 18th edition of the AFC Asian Cup. 5 cities hosting 51 matches across the next. Great looking ball in, simple chance, control of it, and Jackson Irvine taking control of the game.
That's it. There's the opening goal for Japan. You have Takumi Minamino. It's looped in. An incredible goal.
Hong Kong China level just 3 minutes after the break.
It is the second round of group matches starting, and here is the group start. Ahmed Yaga, one real option, he's found that option! That is absolutely extraordinary play.
And Indonesia have the lead.
Into the area, placing it into the wanted corner, and he ran and got the opening goal. Ali Madan! 5 minutes into injury time.
Oman have the lead.
And the debutants to that wide, he's still got players on. But Faisal turns the ball in. The chance looked to have gone for Malaysia. Lebanon first attack of the second half. Brilliant stuff. A quality finish.
Now then, Kojo has scored, and this one will count.
Quick strike. Turn.
As two great Asian.
Oh, the substitute. Oh my goodness me.
It is a magnificent way to conclude a magnificent comeback.
It's a looking ball in. It's all about the quality on the corner. Jordan are into the semi-final of the AFC Asian Cup. The match continues. It will be signed. It is stunning. A captain becomes a hero. And Iran through.
And they are into the semi-finals.
Chipped into the net. And the dream of a tournament is still alive.
The first semi-final from the magnificent Ahmed bin Ali Stadium. It's a superb finish for the Hassan El match. Korea punished for giving it away.
Akram Afif again cutting inside. Akram Afif. This is the final of the AFC. And Akram Afif is a hat-trick hero for Qatar. And Qatar are the AFC Asian Cup champions 2023.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. Thanks for joining us here, everybody. It's a great pleasure to see so many of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. Thank you.
I do invalid club football. It's your job. International football is enjoyed and it's a privilege and all.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As we approach the final presentation of the day, it's our great pleasure to present our last speaker, Ms. Jacqueline Lijo, the Deputy Chairperson of Football Australia. With over 25 years of experience in marketing, digital transformation, and innovation, Jacqueline has worked with some of the world's most influential brands, including BBC, Netflix, Microsoft, and Virgin. Since returning to Australia, she has been actively advising and supporting leaders in the entrepreneurial and innovation ecosystem. Today, she will be speaking on a very interesting topic, leading in a world of constant change. Please join me in welcoming Jacqueline to the stage.
Oh, we've already gone over. Can I go back one? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. It's been a real pleasure to be here with you all today. As referred to earlier in the day, we all live in an age of accelerated transformation, the impact of which is unprecedented. The speed of knowledge has absolutely exploded. Until 1900, knowledge doubled every century. In 1982, knowledge doubled every 13 months. And today, knowledge doubles every 12 hours. And that is only set to accelerate with the continued evolution of AI. As Yoda said, wisely, in The Empire Strikes Back, always in motion is the future. And across much of my career, most of my experience has been in industries as they've been experiencing massive transformation. I've seen firsthand the rise of e-commerce in aviation in the mid to late 90s, the impact of deregulation, the entry of new budget entrants, and the wholesale change out of that industry over a 5-year period with the disintermediation of wholesalers and retailers in that period of time. I then made it, so briefly, to the dot-com bubble, Web 1.0, but mostly to the bursting of that said bubble in New York in the early days of the realization of the impact of digital and its effect on the world. I then managed to keep the party going by flipping over the Atlantic to the rise of mobility in first Europe and then in the world. The notion of the impact of mobility and its effects on our lives, so intrinsic and so pervasive it is today. I started my 10-year career with the launch of this phone at Orange, the first Windows-operated phone, the SPV, sound, pictures, and video, multimedia, coupled with Internet Explorer, Microsoft Outlook, and Media Player. Fast forward 5 years, and I worked on the introduction of Apple iPhone 1 in 2007. It brought forward revolutions in terms of its user interface, mobile apps for the first time, and very importantly, access to the open web. And then moved on to the OG of peer-to-peer collaborative technology, Skype, and over-the-top communications, and the wholesale change of the industry over that 10-year period of time. From there, I moved into the realm of the disrupted at the BBC, working on some truly amazing global titles, such as Sherlock. And in a world where everybody was zigging, and a focus was on super premium drama, we were zagging, and focused on super premium factual content, I led our efforts in building out franchisable IP, such as BBC Earth, and in fact our children's portfolio, including securing the rights and building out our franchise plans for Bluey, which is now today the #1 most watched show in the US, clocking up about 35 billion minutes in 2024 in the US alone. I then moved back into the world of disruption and in fact world-scale domination with Netflix. At the time, with about 225 million users, today about 282 million users, and across 190 countries around the world. I led the efforts in scaling our marketing and publicity infrastructure, the type that has made Hollywood so brilliant at exporting its film and television IP to the rest of the world. We took this and replicated it in what I call cultural spheres of influence, which have reach and engagement well beyond their local market. The UK to the rest of the world, Korea, as we can see, with Squid Games being the most watched program on Netflix ever, clocking up about 2.2 billion hours globally since its release in 2021.
looking at Spain to the rest of the world, most notably to Europe and to Latin America, Turkey to Europe and to the Middle East, Nigeria into Africa, and Mexico into Latin America. And at the time, also launched our top 10 in market to help with users' paradox of choice by the sheer breadth, volume, and range of content on Netflix. You can see here my latest obsession, K-drama. I then moved into the world of fintech, as financial services and payments in particular were being disrupted. At Afterpay and Block, leading the team that envisaged and designed a new money product for Gen Z and millennial women. Today, I advise tech companies in the sustainability space, working with 2 young founders and their sustainable materials biotech brand out of the UK, working on leather alternatives for footwear, fashion, and for the automotive industry. Their first innovation is a vegan biopolymer which employs a circular economy approach. Our waste isn't waste. We return it into the process, thereby leveraging mass-produced, predictable, and underutilized waste streams from the mushroom industry. I also work on sustainable mobility with a company out of Switzerland in changing the world, a world that millennials and Gen Zs are embracing and leading the way in terms of taking on ride-hailing services, car-sharing services, micro-mobility options, embracing much more sustainable, convenient and affordable ways of getting around. I work with Colma, which is designed by the mobility studio Grand Studio, and it is focused on designing vehicles and developing mobility plans for the future. Here's an example of some of the development and design work and the prototyping work that is going on there. It's got 4 wheels, ABS braking. It feels like it's got the agility of a motorcycle, but has the security and stability of driving like a car on 4 wheels. That is a utility and urban-based mobility vehicle. It is a new category of vehicle. It uses only 20% of the occupying space of a car. It is committed to utilizing 70% fewer materials in the production of the car, and has decreased energy consumption, and it's powered by 2 modular batteries. And because it's designed by Larry Vermeesh, who used to work on and design Ferraris and Maseratis for a living, it is beautifully crafted, and it can go at 130 kilometers an hour, and from 0 to 100 in 6 seconds. Across the years, I've had the privilege and the pleasure to work with and learn from some truly exceptional bosses. From the ultimate disruptor, Richard Branson, to the sheer intellectual intensity and rigor of Reed Hastings, and at the BBC, Tim Davie. To the quieter, reflective, and humble ones, Satya Nadella at Microsoft and Jack Dorsey at Block. And some brilliant boss ladies in Elisa Steele and in Mel Perkins at Canva, and with the charisma and the energy of millennial founders such as Nick Molnar. With my partner in crime, Rob, our journey has taken us from Sydney to Melbourne to Sydney to New York to London to Sydney to London to LA and back to Sydney. And along the way, we've had 3 children of our own, Zachary, aged 18, Max, 16, Luca, 14, and a dog, Kubo. And so the red thread of my career and my life in general has been disruption, transformation, and inhabiting ever-changing environments. And today I'm going to give you a snapshot of what I've learned about leading in this world of constant change. Stephen Covey refers to 5 emerging forces of change. 1, the world has changed. Technological innovations are bringing about extraordinary changes, and the type of change characterized by disruptive, intelligent technologies, that is AI, machine learning, robotics, reality tech, nanotech, bioscience, blockchain. These are impacting at every level, at society, industry, organization, and people. Dr. Carol Dweck of Stanford says it's impossible to be a know-it-all these days. Instead, premium is placed on being a learn-it-all, being able to relearn and to learn even faster than ever before. Work has changed. Work today is becoming increasingly knowledge and service-based. far more collaborative, innovative, and creative than ever before. And all of this requires people to work in flexible and interdependent teams. The workplace has changed. There are major shifts happening as to where we work, and we alluded to them a little bit earlier with Korea. Working from home, working from anywhere, hybrid working, these are all growing in trends. And this has led to a very dispersed workplace with virtual teams fueled by collab and project management tools. The net effect? Changes in org structures, changes in systems, and the impact on workplace culture. The workforce has changed. Our workforce is far more diverse than it has ever been before, filled with people from different generations, different genders, different races, cultures, and backgrounds. As younger generations, such as millennials and Gen Zs, populate a larger percentage of the workforce, they bring different expectations of their work and of their bosses than any generation before it. The social contract has changed. A paycheck is not enough. It matters to people how they are led, and they want to know that their contribution really matters. The nature of choice has changed. The emergence of freelancing and the gig economy has given people more flexibility and more options than ever before. These 5 emerging forces are at work in our world, and this workforce demands a leader who can inspire others to give willingly their hearts and minds because they believe they are contributing to something that matters. In a radically world of shifting sands, there is a need to lead at speed, necessitating a paradigm shift from a hierarchical to a more hive-like approach, where fluidity and agility are at its core. And to win in a moving marketplace, fostering collaboration and innovation is absolutely critical. And where, as Satya Nadella believes, the C in CEO stands for culture. The CEO is a curator of an organization's culture and needs to be what he or she wants to see. So let's dive into these a little bit further. Inspiration. This is all about people finding their inner drive and to ignite it in a blaze of genuine passion and excitement. In fact, purpose drives pace. There is an accelerating power of a true mission. And for me, there's been same, but slightly different flavors of purpose. With Virgin, I loved Richard's passion and championing of the customer. I loved his David and Goliath fight with big incumbents. With Skype, it was about allowing anyone, wherever they are in the world, to work together whenever they're apart. And at Netflix, I was attracted to a company that has done more than most to commission diverse stories. With its sheer breadth of catalogue and its expanding international slate, Netflix is a truly modern 21st century brand. In a fluid world, where there are no boundaries between geography, gender, identity, race, and beyond. And I wholeheartedly believe in the BBC's mission of inform, educate, and entertain audiences across television, radio, and the world service, and in its role in recording for posterity the cultural legacy and historical moments of a nation and its regions. And one example in my work of where purpose drove accelerated change was with Blue Planet. At the time, in 2017, believe it or not, there was increasing awareness and acknowledgement of climate change, and yet for the BBC, whose editorial charter is and requires it to remain impartial, climate change was still considered to be a politicised issue. So we had to look very carefully at the content, at the themes, and we found an in. We found powerful stories around marine conservation and anti-plastics, and this really resonated both with us and with our partners and with our audiences. So we took that content and we sparked action. We worked with our digital partners to get it over and out to younger audiences, on the likes of Tencent Video, on WeChat, on Meta, Snapchat, and Google. And we shared key moments of each one of those episodes with educational partners, plastics and waste, and marine conservation organisations so that they could, at the right moment, as we were airing the television broadcast, spread the message. The amplification of these messages helped to spark a movement with impact at the consumer, business, and government levels, resulting in the ban of single-use plastics and becoming known as the Blue Planet effect. Is there sound? Is there sound, guys? Should I go back? Oh. Oh, there's no sound. All right.
But every year, some 8 million tons of it ends up in the ocean. And there, it could be lethal.
Audiences across the country, glued to Blue Planet 2, have been starkly reminded of the problems of plastics pollution.
The problem was vividly highlighted in the BBC's recent Blue Planet 2 series, which was public service broadcasting at its finest. The plan for England, which we're publishing today, sets out the action government will take.
We are at a unique stage in our history. Never before have we had such an awareness of what we are doing to the planet. And never before have we had the power to do something about that. Surely we have a responsibility to care for our blue planet. The future of humanity, and indeed all life on Earth, now depends on us.
Okay, thank you guys. Inspiring the younger generations, millennials and Gen Zs are the most literate and educated generation in history. And it's because of that that they start thinking at a higher level on Maslow's hierarchy of needs. They are motivated by ideas and concepts beyond basic food, safety, and shelter. They therefore have high expectations of work and are driven by work that they believe will create impact and serve a greater good. Canva is an online design and visual platform which has a mission to empower everyone in the world to design anything and publish anywhere. Founded in 2013, Canva now has 190 countries with users, and it surpasses about 200 million in monthly active users. Its users are predominantly millennials and Gen Zs, who make up over 50% of the base. Canva's CEO and co-founder, Mel Perkins, who is also a millennial, reflects that generation's strong sense of purpose, belonging, and inclusion. Canva has a range of Canva collectives across all locations globally for underrepresented and underserved groups, for them and their allies to come and to connect. And their mission and their values reflect a mix of performance, personal and team empowerment, and social good goals. And very importantly, they live up to them. They've signed up to the 1% Pledge, a global initiative where companies pledge 1% of their time, profit, product, and equity to have a positive impact. In terms of time, each staff member gets 3 days Force for Good leave. They donate funds through partnerships, and they now have over 500,000 non-profits and 45 million teachers and students with free access to Canva Pro. And on equity, they've gone well beyond 1%. Mel and Cliff, two of the co-founders, have pledged the vast majority of their equity. That is an additional 30% of Canva equity goes towards doing good in the world via their Canva Foundation. In this world of fluidity, of continually changing and converging ecosystems, adaptive thinking and cross-functional teams are needed to ensure speed and effectiveness in reacting to moments in the market. In this world of disruption, we need to rethink, seek new models, and redefine industries. Traditional ways of looking at competitor landscapes and defining industries are no longer enough. Levitt's Marketing Myopia highlights the importance of expanding a brand's perspective beyond what it does today. Take Amazon as a point in time. Started with books online, moved to Kindle, moved to AWS, Amazon Web Services, continues to evolve its offerings on. Disney's Bob Iger actually talks about needing to have one hand in the future and one hand in the present. Leading at speed. This means that you need to duck and weave, you need to flex and adapt to these market changes. It takes a hell of a lot of energy. Energy to fuel optimism, shared commitment, and to drive growth. Energy to find a way, no matter what, to kind of get through. And there are three key themes that I've seen coming out of working in hypergrowth tech and media businesses. In his book, Speed of Trust, Covey argues that trust is not merely a nice to have, but it is a vital asset that directly impacts the speed and the costs of transactions and relationships. In this fast-paced, interconnected, and uncertain world, innovation and creativity are not just valuable, they are essential for survival and growth. And adopting an ethos of fail fast within teams and organizations shifts the focus from blame and fear of failure to learning, adaptation, and resilience. In terms of the speed of trust and transparency, I'm going to take you to an example for Netflix. So years ago and years back, Reed Hastings and Patty McCord at Netflix famously published a 125-slide culture memo. In it, they outline the dilemma as companies scale, and they talk about it as the increase in complexity and the challenge of retaining high-performing talent. So as a result, process emerges to try and stop the chaos. And process certainly brings with it seductively strong near-term outcomes. A highly successful process-driven company minimizes thinking, the thinking required, it makes fewer mistakes, and it's efficient, with optimized processes for its existing market. But what happens when the market shifts due to technology or competitors or different business models? Process-oriented companies often fail to adapt. Netflix believes that the key is in increasing its talent density, attracting high-value people through freedom to make an impact, but keeping them in a very demanding, high-performance culture. To ruthlessly focus on the big products, not the small products, and therefore decimating and eliminating distracting complexity. And that good process is completely warranted, but that is process that helps talented people get shit done. They talk about the yin and the yang of freedom and responsibility. With a high-density talent workforce consisting of responsible people, and these are people that thrive on freedom and indeed are worthy of freedom. The balance in that is responsibility. You are responsible for making key decisions, signing contracts, making big bets, taking accountability for your actions. And it's not about leading with control, where the boss approves and directs initiatives, actions, and decisions of the team. It is actually about leading with context. What does that mean? This means that you provide all of the information so that your team members can make great decisions and accomplish their work without oversight or process controlling their actions. The benefit of this is that people build the decision-making muscle to make better independent decisions in the future. And highly aligned, loosely coupled, this comes from a software engineering term, and it refers to loosely coupled systems with a few interdependencies between components. Each component can be adapted, therefore, without actually having to go back and change the foundation. The implication of this is that Netflix has a dispersed decision-making model with few centralized control processes, rules, or policies. Now, how do we mitigate the risk around misalignment? Well, Netflix's answer to that is radical, and I mean it, radical transparency in a high sharing environment. Netflix is an extreme example of this. All financial results, as well as all competitively sensitive information, salary details, product algorithm secrets, pricing models, all of these are made and laid open to everyone in the organization. The financial results are actually provided to internal staff weeks before it goes to Wall Street. That is absolutely the antithesis of the normal process. This places ultimate trust in their people to act responsibly, and in turn, they get a sense of ownership, a sense of commitment, and a sense of responsibility. It also provides context and enables employees to work smarter with full information and empowerment. What you'll also see here is how Netflix views the importance of equal voice, and meritocracy. It comes down to even the architecture of the rooms. So if we look at a long conference table, ideas don't flow. You've got to cram your neck to actually see the other people. And there's an inherent bias there, which is if you're the chair or the CEO, the film director or the producer, you are sat in the center of the table. Implicit in that is that the closer you are to the middle, the more important you are, and therefore the more central you must be. Now, when it comes to creative inspiration and digital innovation, job titles and hierarchy are meaningless. At Netflix, for the wider leadership team, the entire room is set up exactly like this, in a circular, amphitheatre-like style. This way, the interplay is better, ideas flow better, and eye contact is absolutely automatic, and as in the early days of Greek democracy, where the word democracy literally means people power. Every person there can contribute no matter what their job is, and they feel free to speak up. It's also about radical candor. And a big thing at Netflix is about sunshining your mistakes. Sunshining is a Netflix term that is used for a company practice that encourages employees to air a mistake they might have made to colleagues. And once again, in terms of feedback, they are at the extreme. 360 feedback at Netflix is on Google shared documents that everyone can see and everybody can feed back to. So my entire team of 900 people could provide feedback to me and everyone could see it, and none of that feedback is anonymous. All of it is transparent across the board. We also do live 360s with teams of 10 to 12 people where it's all done over dinner. So radical candor is imperative. So moving from the industrial era into the information age, the objective is no longer around error prevention and replicability. On the contrary, it's about creativity, speed, and agility. Nurturing inventiveness is actually key. So Reed thinks about it as building a jazz band. Jazz emphasizes individual spontaneity. So the musicians all know the overall structure of the song and the need to be hyper-focused on what is going on around them. But they have the freedom to improvise, the freedom to riff with one another, and in turn create incredible music. Today's generation of Zeds and millennials have an incredible amount of information and tooling at their disposal. They are in fact the collaboration generation, with the ability to collaboratively pool and solve problems together. Crowdsourcing and open sourcing collaborative platforms such as Wikipedia, GoFundMe, and GitHub basically encourage global, collective contribution. And this is where hackathons come in. Hackathons are a really great way and very in tune with how this generation likes to do things. It fosters innovation and problems using technology, and these are creative, hands-on sprints. They're about 24 hours to 48 hours. They're intensive collaborations on projects ranging from problems to solve for through to kind of new opportunity ideas. At Block, Cash App came out of this. So that was a simple idea. Simple idea came out of a hack, and that hack happened in 2013. Today they have 57 million subscribers in the US. And that was just about a peer-to-peer way of sharing money without actually having to use cash. So splitting a bill at a restaurant or sharing the cost of the Airbnb. The revelation on it was this notion of using a cash tag, and this very much came out of the fact that Block, Square at the time, is an offshoot of Twitter. Kind of comes off the same founder, Jack Dorsey. So looking at cash tags as a way, so instead of using a BSB number or an account number, you use a cash tag, so that anyone, whether you know them or not, can transfer money through. That made money inherently social, and it took off. It took off in particular in the southeast of the United States, in states like Georgia, Atlanta, where it got adopted by an underserved younger generation. It got picked up by hip-hop, and it's become its own kind of cultural phenomenon. So, what happens once we spark the idea? Well, as Ed Catmull from Pixar would like to say, and Pixar being of Toy Story, Up, and Inside Out sort of heritage, he likes to suggest that it's about ugly babies. Originality, he says, is fragile. In its first moments, it's often far from pretty. and he calls early mock-ups of their films ugly babies. Our job as leaders is to protect our babies from being judged too quickly. When someone hatches an original idea, it may be ungainly or poorly defined. If whilst in that vulnerable state, it's exposed to naysayers, it could be destroyed. Part of our jobs is to create an environment that nurtures them, gives them the time and the patience in order for them to grow. And how does Pixar take an ugly duckling and turn it into a swan? Well, Pixar speaks of its brain trust. They bring other storytellers and directors into a huddle. They hash out the gnarly details, provide suggestions, and give notes. It is all about the film at hand. There are no hidden agendas, and everyone has an equal say. Members of the Brain Trust are peers. What's really interesting is that the other co-founder of Pixar is a guy named Steve Jobs of Apple fame. He was never allowed into a Brain Trust, and the reason why was because they felt that his bigger-than-life presence would actually ruin the ability to be candid and to have hard conversations. So why was it successful? It was successful because it was made up of people that had a deep understanding of storytelling. Any good feedback system should be built on empathy, on the idea that we've been in the trenches, we've seen it before, and we know what you're going through. The other thing about the Brains Trust is it had absolutely no authority. The director does not have to follow any of the suggestions. The view is that these are not top-down or do-it-or-else affairs. It's actually about a forum for talking through things, and there is a genuine belief that the director will know and will make the right decisions about the movie. Pixar believes that ideas, and thus films, only become great when they are challenged and tested, and that a forum that ensures that they raise their game, not by being prescriptive, but by offering candor and deep analysis. Another factor that drives innovation and products with global utility and scale is from the coming together of diverse teams. Bringing cultural diversity into the development process will not just spark innovation, but it can immeasurably enrich the technology and broaden its appeal. And it's fundamental now than ever before in this rapidly changing world where scaled, intelligent technologies are evolving, such as AI, that we bring diverse perspectives into the development of these technologies. Technology carries with it culture, language, and ideologies, so that if a technology is made in Silicon Valley and brought out to the rest of the world, it is going to carry a certain set of ideas. Creating AI is like world building. And we need to ensure that we invite diverse teams from different cultural backgrounds, as well as different disciplines beyond STEM, to continue to find ways to make that process of creation and the production of technology much more participatory. How do we better understand and therefore navigate intercultural differences? Well, growing up in the sleepy suburbs of Sydney, part of a huge Chinese family in diaspora, with a genetically predisposed sense of wanderlust, I've taken on a range of regional and global roles over my time, where I've had the wonderfully sublime opportunity to live and to work with and to learn from some amazing people all around the world. This mixed heritage and experience has given me an appreciation for the nuances, the beauty, and at times the conundrums of intercultural relationships. A big part of leadership is inherently understanding that our teams are people that come from different backgrounds, with different stories, perspective, experiences, and motivations. Quite often, this means understanding both individual differences and cultural differences. Over many years in international roles, one framework that I've found helpful in layering on cross-cultural context is Erin Myers' culture map. Erin is a professor at a leading international business school in INSEAD, and she has provided a framework that covers 8 dimensions, such as communicating, evaluating, and deciding, and maps 71 countries along that dimension scale, only a small subset of which is featured here today. The culture map helps awareness within international and intercultural teams, and the crucial thing to note is that it is all about cultural relativity. So, given my own experiences and background, I can certainly understand how extreme a culture like Netflix feels to countries that might sit on the diametrically opposite side of the cultural spectrum. For example, we take the 4th dimension, deciding. Whilst Netflix culture espouses the notion of informed captain, and therefore is in the middle of the spectrum, the Netherlands and Japan fall to the consensual side of the decision-making scale. For a dimension like number 3, leadership, when we look at Netflix, that falls to the right of the Netherlands. The Netherlands is one of the most egalitarian cultures in the world, and, but more to the left of Singapore. When we look at the trust dimension, which is this bottom one, we can see that Netflix is more task-oriented, it's akin to the US, than almost any other local culture. The emphasis is very much on speed and efficiency of decision-making. And this is where companies like Netflix have been learning from insights like this and taking the time to invest in building relationships. In many of the media and tech companies I've worked with, which are in the creative, inventive space, the ethos is very much about failing fast and learning fast. Jeff Bezos says failure and invention are inseparable twins. He goes on to say, if you are good at course correcting, being wrong may actually be less expensive than you think, whereas being slow is going to be expensive for sure. As a leader in a rapidly changing industry, it is important to create an environment where people can experiment and try to gain their own experience, even if that means failing. Einstein famously said, in theory and practice are the same. In practice, they are not. There is much to be learned in the doing. Netflix, Block, Microsoft all utilize data-driven approaches in decision-making, constantly experimenting and conducting experiments to test new features, new algorithms, new interfaces, content and marketing. Tim Wojcik, who's an innovation expert, was really interested in understanding how leaders work together and innovate. He used the marshmallow challenge. Teams are asked to build the tallest freestanding structure, and they're given 20 sticks of spaghetti. They're given 1 yard of tape, 1 yard of string, and 1 marshmallow. The marshmallow absolutely must be on the top. And here's what he found.
So normally, most people begin by orienting themselves to the task. They talk about it, they figure out what it's going to look like, they jockey for power, then they spend some time planning, organizing, they sketch in, they lay out spaghetti. They spend the majority of their time assembling the sticks into ever-growing structures, and then finally, just as they're running out of time, someone takes out the marshmallow, and then they gingerly put it on top, and they stand back, and ta-da! They admire their work. But what really happens most of the time is that the ta-da turns into an uh-oh, because the weight of the marshmallow causes the entire structure to buckle and to collapse. So there are a number of people who have a lot more uh-oh moments than others. And among the worst are recent graduates of business school. It's amazing. They lie, they cheat, they get distracted, and they produce really lame structures. And of course, there's teams that have a lot more ta-da structures. And among the best are recent graduates of kindergarten. And it's pretty amazing, as Peter tells us. Not only do they produce the tallest structures, but they're the most interesting structures of them all. So the question you want to ask is, how come? Why? What is it about them? And Peter likes to say that none of the kids spend any time trying to be CEO of Spaghetti Inc., right? They don't spend time jockeying for power. But there's another reason as well. And the reason is that business students are trained to find the single right plan, right? And then they execute on it. And then what happens is when they put the marshmallow on top, they run out of time, and what happens? It's a crisis. Sound familiar, right? Okay. What kindergartners do differently is that they start with the marshmallow and they build prototypes, successive prototypes, always keeping the marshmallow on top. So they have multiple times to fix, and they build prototypes along the way. So designers recognize this type of collaboration as the essence of the iterative process. And with each version, kids get instant feedback about what works and what doesn't work. So the capacity to play and prototype is really essential, but let's look at how different teams perform. So the average for most people is around 20 inches, business school students, about half of that, lawyers, a little better, but not much better than that, kindergartens, better than most adults. Who does the very best? Architects and engineers, thankfully. And 39 inches is the tallest structure I've seen. And why is it? Because they understand triangles and self-reinforcing geometrical patterns are the key to building stable structures. So CEOs, a little bit better than average, but here's where it gets interesting. If you put an executive admin on the team, they get significantly better. It's incredible, you know.
I like that insight. And the other thing is about recognizing failure quickly and then making the pivot. So at Skype, back in the days when Skype was a verb, we imagined what it could be in this converging world of communications, entertainment, and technology. I led an incubation project, and we set up an exciting consumer-facing broadcast product, a little bit like Facebook Live. I assembled the team, we designed it, and we built the product. However, it became increasingly obvious that as the build went on, our core platform, our underpinning peer-to-peer node technology was not going to scale. We needed to get into the cloud. So we had to call time on it. We had to bury the code, so to speak. We had to pause, reflect, mourn, and then we had to pivot. And we made the pivot. We actually redeployed the team, and we turned it into a professional-grade studio product called Skype TX. We then shipped it into every newsroom around the world, CNN, BBC, Al Jazeera, NBC, Fox, et cetera, so when breaking news hits anywhere in the world today, it's likely that Skype is still being used to get that story out. In fact, you might recall this viral video of a famous Skype TX call on BBC News.
Scandals happen all the time. The question is, how do democracies respond to those scandals?
And what will it mean for the wider region? I think one of your children has just walked in. I mean, shifting sands in the region. Do you think relations with the North may change?
I would be surprised if they do. Pardon me. My apologies.
What's this going to mean for the region?
My apologies. North Korea, South Korea's policy.
I still love that. My kids do that all the time. And that was pre-pandemic. That was 3 years before we all suffered the same fate. So in terms of modeling, as we have seen, younger generations have different expectations of their work and of their bosses. It matters to people who and how they are led. So how does one build up social capital and leadership capital, if you like? Leadership is actually a matter of how to be, not how to do. In a world of speed, trust is foundational. People tend to trust you when they are interacting with the real you, authenticity, when they have faith in your judgment and competence, and when they believe that you genuinely care about them, empathy. And one leader that I've worked with who is authentic to his core and who readily acknowledges his vulnerabilities is Richard Branson. He talks openly of his dyslexia, his early business failures and missed opportunities. He states he's failed more often than he's succeeded. He's candid about his mental health struggles, and he's open about his sense of being overwhelmed, the sense of stress, anxiety, and weight of responsibility of being an entrepreneur. Here is Richard in his hot air balloon. He's been really candid about those moments of utter terror when he thought he was very close to death. In all of this, vulnerability is not seen as a weakness. He sees it as part of the entrepreneurial journey and of life. And one remarkable CEO that I've had the privilege of working with, who has led a complete transformation of the culture of a big tech company, is Satya Nadella at Microsoft. If we rewind time back 10 years and cast our minds to 2013, we might remember that after decades of steady growth, PC sales were in decline. Windows as an operating system was failing to get traction, whereas Android and Apple operating systems were surging. There was a feeling in the market at the time that Microsoft had lost its way, that it was living off our past successes, that we had been kings now in a threatened kingdom. And in 2014, Apple and Google were both flourishing to record valuations, whilst Microsoft stock had plummeted and had been treading water for years. A foundational problem was Microsoft's culture. A cartoonist at the time depicted the company's org chart as a pyramid-shaped hierarchy with guns pointed directly at each other. Word throughout the industry maintained that the only way to win at Microsoft was to take out those ahead of you and those around you. Culture at Microsoft was toxic. Each leader was like a CEO of a self-sustaining, siloed business. Microsoft was a confederation of fiefdoms with little incentive to work together, and often rival teams were set up against each other. Microsoft culture was rigid. Each employee had to feel that they had to prove that they were the smartest person in the room, and there was loads of bureaucracy and, ironically, PowerPoint. That was getting in the way of true innovation. Hierarchy and the pecking order had taken control, and spontaneity and creativity had suffered. And all of this was typified in the staff performance evaluation, a forced stack ranking system. Here's how it worked. Managers had to get together every year. They had their list of their teams and their direct reports, and they had to order them from the best to the worst. All employees were evaluated, therefore, not solely on their individual performance, but in comparison to their peers. And managers were required to place a certain percentage of their teams in predefined performance categories on a fixed distribution curve. So the top 20% were the high performers, 70% average, bottom 10% low performers. Only a limited number of people could be ranked, therefore, as top performers, even in a world where that entire team had performed well that year. And what were the consequences for being in the bottom 10%? Significant. It either meant severely low raises, limited growth opportunities, and often termination. It created a culture of fear and rivalry rather than collaboration. This often led to favoritism or political maneuvering. Stack ranking was toxic for innovation, creating risk aversion among employees. Rather than promoting bold and innovative ideas, the system incentivized employees to play it safe and to avoid negative consequences. In the transition between Steve Ballmer and Satya Nadella, the stack ranking system was abandoned. In contrast to his predecessor, Steve Ballmer, a larger-than-life, gregarious man, full of bombast with lots of enthusiasm, Satya is quiet, calm, and thoughtful, with little or no swagger. He began by modeling what he was seeking: humility, empathy, authenticity, personal growth, creativity, and collaboration. Nadella speaks of his own journey and how it has informed his personal values and thoughts on leadership. Firstly, his lessons from cricket: to compete vigorously and with passion in the face of uncertainty and intimidation. He talks of the importance of putting your team first, ahead of your personal stats and recognition, and that leadership is about knowing when to lean in and when to build up the confidence of an individual and a team. He also spoke openly of his own personal struggles with his children who have special needs, and how it's taken him on a journey of developing more empathy for others. As an immigrant from India, he also greatly values diversity and inclusion. He notes that if we are going to serve the planet, we need to reflect the planet. He recognizes that it's impossible to be an empathetic leader sitting in an office behind a computer. An empathetic leader needs to be out in the world, meeting people where they live and seeing how technology creates and affects their daily lives. So changing Microsoft's culture and rediscovering the soul of Microsoft was Nadella's #1 goal as CEO. He developed a clear connection between Microsoft's mission and its culture. Its mission was about empowering everyone and every organization on the planet to do more and achieve more, and to make powerful technology accessible for everyone and every organization. Nadella understands that culture is not static. It's about each and every individual. It's about individual growth. And that culture needs to be about realizing personal passions and using Microsoft as a platform to pursue that passion. For him personally, his greatest satisfaction has come from his passion to see accessible technology for people with disabilities and to help improve their lives. He implores employees to identify their innermost passion and to connect it in some way to Microsoft's mission and culture. And so we've covered authenticity and empathy, and he rounds this off with the triumvirate. He has performed in spades. He has overseen Microsoft's turnaround, killing failing projects like the mobile operating system and he wrote off the disastrous acquisition of Nokia only the year before. He firmly established Microsoft's cloud service, Azure, as the lead competitor to Amazon Web Services. He made astute acquisitions, Minecraft, LinkedIn, GitHub, Nuance, just to name a few, and he built an enviable partnership with OpenAI, ChatGPT, making Microsoft a leader in the artificial intelligence space. In February of 2024, Satya Nadella reached his 10th year anniversary as a company leader. Since taking over as chief exec, the company's spot stock has risen from $37 to over $400 per share. The company is now one of the most valuable in the world, achieving a market cap of over $3 trillion US. So leading your teams in a world of constant change is both nerve-wracking and adrenaline-inducing. And to thrive in it, you need to go along and enjoy the ride, embrace it and its ambiguity, and retain your curiosity for the new. Whilst there is certainly challenge in it, there is also great opportunity and new creative energy to be found in rethinking and unlearning and in imagining new possibilities. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Jack. Thank you so much, Jacqueline. I'm sure the audience enjoyed your presentation as much as I did. Now we have some time for questions. If you have any questions, please raise your hand.
Jackie, well done. Fabulous presentation. It was like a corporate gathering, and you being like a true TEDx. Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations. So just to put the context, as you said, the leadership is about the factors, the trust, competency, collaboration, authenticity, and then the Satya Nadella story, transforming Microsoft from going down to be the top. So like in the football environment, like the leaders normally doesn't have the patience. They want to see what they see, tomorrow, like they see something they got into and they want to achieve something very fast tomorrow without going through the process. So therefore, what is that you would like to, give it to the leaders here so that, they think long term rather than thinking short term, like to be like, transforming something where like Microsoft you achieve. Thank you.
Yeah. I think it's really interesting. The root of Microsoft's problems, a lot of it stemmed from culture, and Nadella absolutely recognized that. That was the thing he knew he had to work on first and foremost. In parallel, there were a few things strategically that were not working. So, the mobile operating system was definitely not working. And, only the year before, literally in, I think, September of 2013, the acquisition of Nokia actually happened. He had to make some fast decisions on that, which he did. But culture, a longer-term thing. He started by actually bringing a coach in. He brought a coach in from Seattle who actually brought the team together, and they had a really candid moment of talking about what drives success, and from there they started the cascade down. He also sent a really, I remember, I think it was in the July of 2014, he sent out a memo that outlined where he wanted to go. Now that was great because actually, if you think about it in the terms of Netflix and high talent density workplaces, part of the challenge at Microsoft was they would recruit the best of the best, and then they'd layer them with process and not unleash their potential. So I think a quick win for him was really just changing the game and shifting the lens of that. And then they had to dismantle things like the stack ranking system. They had to really kind of restructure the teams so that they worked much more collaboratively. So in order to do that, you've got longer term cultural change, you've got some level of structural change to support the cultural change, and then you've got some quick wins strategically to kind of set it up. And then he could run the longer vision. And he thinks about it because the two things that they were failing at was actually getting to the cloud fast and actually pivoting to mobile. And so what he did was to join that vision up and say, actually, we can enable mobility of people and organizations by actually leveraging the pervasiveness of cloud technology. And so he kind of reframed his strategy slightly differently. He also knew, because Microsoft had a real culture of kind of talking dirty about its competitors. A lot of the cross-platform plays where Microsoft went from just being on Windows to being across all operating systems actually happened at that time as well. So those sorts of things start to drive a more open willingness to look outside. And, you know, for years, they had bad-mouthed, trash-talked, really, Linux. And, of course, Android is built off Linux. And so they had to kind of change their ethos. And it started with him. And then he kind of reaffirmed it, the leadership team, and then they kind of started to get it out over time. And I think it's the same here. I think what's interesting about a lot of tech companies is that they've got both culture and heart and mission. Like a lot of the tech companies actually ground their organizations like that. But they're also, you know, worked and set up with collaborative tools. And they use a lot of technological tools in order to enable collaboration and working. And so that pace of working just becomes much more fast and relentless. If you've got Slack going on and you've got Google Docs going on and you're constantly in that cycle, it actually in and of itself gives you fluidity and agility, and it takes the decision-making down levels. In fact, one of the implications of it will be flatter structures. Does that, in a roundabout way? Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Is there other question for Jacqueline?
Oh, thank you, ma'am, for a wonderful presentation. I have one question regarding, you said that rapidly changing the workforce and workplaces, and we as a football administrators, we traditionally follow the same things, all of us. Most of your examples connected with the IT industry. How can you connect with the football, with the rapidly changing workforce and workplace culture? Is there anything which you are implemented in Australian football? Can you share some experience if so? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we're spending a lot of time looking at our culture and our strategy, and we are increasingly looking at digital tools in order to enable that. So we are actually bringing technology in. We actually talked about it earlier this morning, it was raised. We are actually about to deploy our national registration platform, and we are building on top of that. And I think there is I think what's interesting about Australia as a market is it's got a very nascent Australian professional league. And in fact, its big asset and something that we could do more with and be more helpful with is joining up the community football base technologically and connecting it further into the fan ecosystem and thinking about what that blended identity could look like. I think we've got a lot of opportunities, as I would have done with Netflix or with Skype, where we're trying to convert people and bring people on a journey of engagement to be deeper participants in the ecosystem, or to engage more with the ecosystem, or to become deeper fans, not just fans of the English Premier League, which a lot of people in Australia are, but fans of the Australian Professional League. And there are opportunities to take our national teams and really use the unbelievable level of fan engagement we've got right now. In fact, Korea talked about this, to kind of bring those digital experiences closer to the fore. And what we could see with the Matildas is the massive spike in engagement we had, just in moving it into innovative work that we were doing with TikTok and partnerships we were doing with TikTok. We got a massive over 400% increase in terms of fan engagement on that alone. And we played with content, played with formats. We actually spread out our merchandising. We actually got more involved in fashion categories and cross-cultural partnerships so that we could expand the traction of that team and to bring their stories to life. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? We have a question from Mr. Chong.
Okay. Thank you very much. Your presentation is very impressive. It can be very demanding request. I wonder if you can share this presentation document with us. So, no problem?
Of course.
Thank you
Yes.
very much.
No, of course,
very
you're
much
welcome.
appreciate it.
More than welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. If we have no more questions, okay. We have one more question from the floor.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Jacqueline. It was a very interesting presentation and quite different than what we're used to in the world of football.
I was a bit worried about that.
We work as football administrators in institutions that are mostly about protecting turf and organizing. And you come from a background of being in disruptive industries, the Netflix, the Skypes of the world. What would you, how do you take that experience of Netflix, of being disruptive and bringing it to the Australian Football Association? How do you do that transformation of, can the Australian Federation become a disruptive force? Or is it just about protecting turf and making sure that no other disruptive force comes in and takes over the current institutional environment that you have within Australia and within the world of football?
I think in Australia we have an unbelievable benefit, which is we have had year-on-year growth for a long time, and we have the biggest participant base of Gen Z and millennials in the country. It is ours to play for. It is ours to think about how we own that experience digitally. They are much more au fait with digital. We can do a hell of a lot more to grow it. We've started that journey with the Matildas and the FIFA Women's World Cup, and we can actually build more tooling and more experiences that, again, blend deeper engagement with the participants and understand that actually in Australia that is one of our key assets, is knowing more about that participant base and then building out more enriched participant and, if you like, fan identity models. Once you own that first-party data, you are literally sat in consumer tech land, which is the land I come from, and there's a lot of work that we can do there in kind of building out that vision. And in a lot of markets, right, where you can't just rely on the domestic league and sweat the assets of the IP of that domestic league. You want to be able to find the right balance between better user experiences for your footballing community, your grassroots, and then how you kind of take them on a deeper digital journey and, in fact, a journey of engagement into talent pathways. We could take some of the amazing content that Tony presented and bring some of that into training modules and gamification. There's a hell of a lot we could actually do together as a community in terms of building those experiences up. And I think there's a lot of product market fit, as I'd like to call it in tech terms, with a lot of the markets and a lot of the shared kind of challenges and opportunities we have. Because I think we've all got a lot of opportunity in digital. We've just not really, as a group, embraced it anywhere near enough. And I think it's a great moment to do it, especially in Asia.
Thank you, Jacqueline. We have one more question from the floor.
Thank you so much for sharing your amazing presentation. My question would be like, would you kindly give us advice on how you juggling family, being woman in tech, and now being the deputy chairperson of Football Australia? How you balance everything, because I know it's not easy and it's like a tough job. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I had 3 children and actually changed countries twice between child number 2 and 3, and actually changed jobs 3 times after every child. So I think part of my DNA is that I love chaos, and it works for me. I think right now, like I've gone from running very big global organizations to actually doing a lot of advisory in the US and in Europe and in Australia. So actually I just stretch my time. So part of it is I'll start with New York in the morning, go into California, then I'll do the Australia Day, and then I do Europe in the evening. My boys now are teenage boys, so I've got an 18, 16 and 14, so they're slightly more independent, but I can tell you I couldn't do it without the partnership and allyship of my husband. And, you know, across all those changes and a lot of those moves, sometimes they were Robert instigated them, sometimes I instigated them. As a couple, we're pretty good at, if somebody wants to make the change, we kind of go, okay, and then we make the change. And so I think that flexibility in our partnership has kind of made a hell of a lot of difference to our life, and it's made it easier for the 2 of us to kind of share the burden of, you know, managing a household, sorting out the children, getting to 3 lots of sport, and my children all do different sport. one does cricket, one's really into football, and one's really into boxing. So we don't even have a coherent strategy for how we manage sport with our children. But we love it. And so I think I get energy in different things. And I find even at the end of the day, when I'm moving from doing something with football and moving into something else, that I get new energy by actually thinking about different problems. And I think as a woman, you're really good at compartmentalizing because you have to. And so I'll be in the moment for that, and then I flip my attention and go into the next thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the engaging session, everyone, Jacqueline, please remain on the stage, and we would now like to invite FIFA Council member Ms. Kanya Keomani to the stage for pennant presentation. Jacqueline, please. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Kanya and Jacqueline. You may take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, the first day of our conference has now come to an end. We hope you have a restful evening and look forward to seeing everyone back tomorrow at 9:50 a.m. for the second day of the conference. Tonight, we are pleased to invite you to a dinner hosted by Korea Football Association at Level 37 Grill and Bar of this hotel at 6:30 p.m. The dress code for the dinner is smart casual. If you have further questions, please approach our team at the hospitality desk and they will be able to assist you. Thank you everyone for your participation and attention today. Thank you.